Oh, gee. Oh, great. I don't think the microphones are working now. What the fuck? But that's going to get some used to. Welcome, Love My Freedom and Boston Girl Bridget and OG. Good night. What the hell? Well, if you're going to bed, Boston, good night. Happy New Year. Merry ho ho. Happy jingle jingle. All that good stuff. 2 a.m. here. Or there. Shit, it's almost 2 a.m. here. Ain't that about a bitch? Oh gee, I figured out how to get that banner thing to work on this. I think that's the right link. I hope that's the right link. Otherwise, I saved it from the wrong computer. It's a pretty awesome fandanglement. Take a couple pair of headphones, a couple broken microphones, make a microphone and one headphone. What? I just sent the link. I think. Don't quote me. That could be the right link. Oh, it is the right link.
Hey,
What is a poppin'?
what's going on, brother?
I'm living the dream.
Thanks for having me on. Your first guest of 2020.
Yeah, 2020. I feel big things are coming.
I'll be a second guess.
Second.
Well, lady said she's a second guest. Well,
Hell,
Oh, we're not on video.
no.
Hello there.
Hello,
Good day.
OG's
I can't hear
lady.
anything.
He said, "Hi, OG's lady." So, yeah.
Where's his old lady?
Don't got one.
He doesn't have one.
Oh no.
I got the Pomela sisters though. They're twins.
He's got the Pomela sisters.
He's got the what?
Pomela sisters.
They know just how I like it.
Mm-hmm.
Pamela Anderson.
Yeah, Pamela Anderson. She knows them.
This is not the talk of 2020 that we need.
Oh.
I don't think this is OG, man.
Well, you taking a new resolution or some shit? I'm going Christian, y'all. I'm gonna be one of the people who don't curse.
First thing to kick it off in 2020. Where's Tails? I thought he was coming on.
I come back from running the dog out, and I seen him there, and I quickly grabbed a cigarette and lit it, and was about to put the headphone in, and get off of that, cat.
See, I could hear you perfectly, man. Whatever you did, you fixed it right up.
I
can hear that fan starts up though.
Oh, well, I took a bunch of headphones and headsets from old phones that were broke, and then I cut them all in pieces. Then I found an old jack that worked, and then I kind of fandangled it, wired it, spliced it together. I get one headphone and a microphone.
Yeah.
That way I don't glitch out. Like, you remember how before I used to like go
Yeah. No, that's none of that. I don't hear any of that right now. You're great.
because I'm using the laptop rather than that outdated tablet thing.
Yeah.
Anyway, I come in taking the dog out, lit a cigarette, and I went to click on his name, and then his name disappeared.
He's gone.
Yeah, he was here for a minute, and then he was gone. Like, he didn't even make it on. He was like just like his thing back here on the bottom,
Yeah.
and then
I learned something today, man.
You learned something today.
I learned something today.
Don't eat yellow snow.
No, I learned that
don't
most
take
of my
the time
family
off.
is liberal socialists.
Liberal socialist.
Yeah.
So
They're all
you know what you
they
get
think
them for their birthdays.
they think that the liberals are in power and that's what we need in power. And I'm like, you guys are you holy shit, man.
Get them some boots for their next birthday.
Get them
And a
some
toothbrush.
boots.
And a toothbrush, because
Yeah.
you always need that toothbrush after you lick the boots,
Yeah. Yeah.
Disrespect intended.
Yeah. Disrespect intended.
Excuse me, sire, but fuck you, Mkai.
The last time you had a live stream, you had Nova on, and you had a bunch of good. I thought it was a great streaming.
It was a decent stream. Closer to the end, we had some pretty serious, good conversation.
Yeah, but it's legal in Canada. You could just smoke it anywhere.
Yeah, backyard, front yard, shitter.
Yeah, you saw those laws, right?
What laws?
Those. Oh shit. Those laws that mean every time I go law, I put the marijuana laws out for the Ontario provincial government. You had more rights when the shit was not legal.
Yeah. Now it's like Nazi fucking Germany. They can just pull you over and be like, spit on the Q-tip, bitch.
Yeah.
They're testing you.
Oh, what? You got THC in your system? Oh, you must have been smoking today. Well, it actually lasts in your system for I don't know, maybe a month.
No, officer, I was eating gummy bears. They've got THC in them, though, but I wasn't smoking.
Yeah. What?
I thought your old lady was coming on, bud.
She is on. Say hi to the peoples.
I don't see her.
Who's the people?
No. She's not gonna come on her phone. She's just double mic
You don't
it.
want me to do that.
No.
Oh,
then
You
the
don't
real,
want me to do that.
then the real truth of OG World Order will come out.
It's okay. I can put it unlisted
Yeah.
or private if
Channels.
you.
He
If
says
you
you can put it on
showing any
private.
naked body parts, forewarn you, I'm selling it to Pornhub.
He said,
What do you want me to fucking say on air?
tell the life of
Conspiracy
OG World
theories,
Order.
I'll be fucking cuckoo.
It's, the OG World Order. What happened to OG? How did OG start?
I'm not fucking telling anybody that shit. That's none of their business.
What? How OG World Order started?
Well, you see, I was in the backstage and I was puking, and he came back and said, "You look pretty good," and I said, "You look pretty good," and then we fucked, and then we just never split up.
You can't erase her from fucking
I know,
radio.
that's
It's
why I
on
don't
radio
want you on
forever.
there.
So.
I didn't mean that.
But make sure
That's
she knows if she shows any nudity, I am selling it to Pornhub.
any nudity will be sold to Pornhub. She said she's not coming on.
Well, what the fuck was that? Where did you go? Or is it just me? Am I losing it? The fuck? Where did you go? Run away, OG, run away. YouTube watcher, how is you doing? We had OG here for a second, but he dropped off. He appeared. Bastard guy. Oh, and he's back.
Hey,
Holy fuck, but if I had a face like that, I'd shave my ass and walk backwards for sure.
yeah. So, anyways, she wants to know why you're on at 2:06 in the morning.
Because I have no fucking life and I don't sleep.
Have no fucking life.
That's why. If you'd really like to know.
Yeah, is there anything?
Holy shit.
No.
Marine Vet Mom is here. Let me just make sure that's the right one.
How old are
Well,
you?
thank you for letting me be
Don't
your
get
first
your
guest.
too.
She wants to. Oh, I don't think he
Happy
wants to
New Year,
reveal
Marine
that
Vet
over.
Mom.
Fuck conspiracy. How old are you? You in your 40s, your 30s? What's your face?
He's younger than me.
I'm 609.
He's
Take away the
609 years old.
Holy fuck.
Take away the 9.
Take away the 0,
Take
not
away-
the 9.
He's 6 years old?
No,
Is that how he acts in
69.
life?
609. Take away the 0.
69 now. This sounds just like Chris's crowd. This sounds like Chris's crowd. Are we going to talk about whiskey dicks and vaginas? Holy
Whiskey,
fuck.
oh, not.
Blue waffles
She
and
not on the fucking
blue
YouTube.
waffles and
You can't say
fucking
that kind of stuff on a Canadian YouTube.
I don't know what the fuck
You might
she said.
offend.
clears
Oh,
and everything.
But
What'd she say?
okay.
He's gotta go before I ruin his reputation.
I genuinely couldn't hear.
She says I have to go before she ruins my reputation.
What fucking reputation do you have?
0.
So I guess it doesn't matter.
No.
Let's play fucking poker. Let's see if we can win something. Do we fuck OG's life up with one simple word, or do we let it slide out and hope the people like it?
I'm gonna not let anything slide.
Marine Vet Mom, I like my laugh too sometimes, unless I'm really stoned.
Anyways, thank you. Happy New Year, and I'm gonna be cutting out. You can listen to it. You can go back and listen to it.
Okay. I'll do that right away.
Okay. So Tank, Tails, Marine Vet Mom. Who else we got in here?
Tails didn't come back, man.
YouTube watcher.
I don't know where the hell Tails
Boston.
went. He was backstage when I come back in from taking the dog out. I lit
Freedom.
a cigarette, turned around, went to click on his name, and then he just disappeared.
I need to go because 2020 turned off with a bang. So
So you're saying you're gonna get it sticky, are you? Just
Tonight
wake the fuck up and put her in.
Tonight here first. You might see me on later. I might tell details. If Ontario is still awake.
Details are good, bud. Details are good. Pictures are better. Videos even better. I can sell that.
Yeah, you might get a video. We might get a fucking shared link.
Tell her I'll split the proceeds 50-50. I'll sell it to Pornhub.
You'll split the proceeds to Pornhub 50-50. So okay, says deal. So okay, I'll talk to you later, brother.
Smokes.
Yeah. Okay, man. Have a good show, and I'll talk to you later, man.
All right, bro. Happy New Year.
Ciao. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, everybody.
All right. Anybody else want to come on? Fuck, I just got a piece of tape stuck to my arm. I don't know where the hell the tape came from. I'm not drunk tonight, no way. Were you drinking any time within the last, I don't know, 6 hours? If so, just drink your piss and it'll filter back through it. I think. I don't know about if that's how it works, but it's worth a shot. Did Marine Vet Mom leave? Thus would be shitty if she did. Or that, rather. They got to get that holiday quota. They got a certain amount of times they got to hit you with the baton. They got to shoot a couple people, rob a couple people. They got to get that quota in, you know? I think Marine Vet Mom left. Or my microphone stopped working. That's a possibility. I did make it from like multiple headphones and multiple headset with microphones and clips and cuts and splices and tapes and but we got it working. Gave it a lick and a promise, so no, it does work. It does work. Okay, good. It's a good thing I'm smart. I'm good with wiring. Oh yeah. Which noise? I ripped a piece of paper towel and blew my nose. That noise? He says, what the fuck? He says, that noise makes me angry in an albino hitchhiking in a snowstorm. Oh, Notable Nova. Would you like to come on, brother, or what? I don't know if the link's still there, but I will send the link anyway. I got that copy and paste shit down pat now. Saves me from having to type it out. Oh, Autotron's here. Hello, Autotron. Happy New Year. What the fuck was that? At the casino. Well, good luck. That shit's always geared just to screw with you. Spend 1,000, win 50. You know, that's how it works usually. What sound? Am I laser welding? What you're probably hearing is a fan. But I can fix that. Am I loud? Like, can you hear me loud and clear? Because I can turn the mic down another 10%, or I can turn it up 90%. But up wouldn't make any. I'm pretty sure if I turned it up, you could hear a fucking tick fart from the other room. So if that noise is bothering you, what I can do is this. Shit. Where is it? Son of a bitch. Not speech recognize. Advanced. No. Shit. Now I gotta go back through and find. Give me a hot second. Manage. Properties. Levels. Turn that right down. All right. Does that make any difference? Out of curiosity. I turned the booster of the microphone down. Just not sure if it turned my voice down a lot or if you can even hear me still when I talk. Can you still hear me with me turning the booster down? Probably a couple seconds away. Can you hear what I'm saying though? And make it out? Hey, thanks, Autotron. Happy New Year to you as well. Hope all is well. Is the sound better now, YouTube watcher? Like you can hear more of me and not background? It's okay? Or should I turn the mic booster back up a little bit? Later, Autotron. How the hell do you still hear the background? There's no way in hell that you still hear the background. Okay, cool. Did me turning the microphone booster down, did it change the level of my voice? Like sound wise, I mean. That sounds stupid. Under the printer. I got an idea. Do you still hear that sound in the background? The only thing that I can assume that it is the fan in the laptop. And how I could stop the microphone from picking that up would be... 1 second, I got an idea. Okay. What about now? Do you still, oh hey, QT, Happy New Year. Do you still hear that sound? Okay, at this point I think you're just fucking with me. Or, it's on your end somehow. Because it is completely silent here. Fans are down. Okay. That microphone booster just boosted a lot right there. Like a shitload. The That's too much. OG, still listening? Or chilling? One or the other? Well, what I did was, Jesus, that is opening the mic. I don't think the mic booster's doing its job. It's overdoing its job. I don't have a microphone. Okay, I gotta turn that down. I'm just watching it fucking max itself out. Let's try that. Yeah, that does. All right, cool. That's better. Or is it supposed to be like that? Fuck, I don't know. I'll put it back. Whatever. We'll leave it like that. What I did was my laptop doesn't have a microphone, and I don't have a microphone that plugs into it. All my shit's fucking Bluetooth. And what I did was I went through a bin of old wires that I've got from either projects or just shit that broke or stopped working. And I found a bunch of headphones and a bunch of headphones with mics, but they didn't work. So what I did was I just started cutting fucking pieces off. I cut the microphones out. and I only found one headphone that would work with the microphone. So the way that I fandangled it and wired it together was I wired the microphone to one. Yeah, splice. I spliced it together, but could only hook one earpiece up with that microphone. And I would have just hooked up just the microphone, but I noticed that there was an echo. Anything that happened on it plays through the speakers on the laptop, which in the end result would play through the microphone, which would cause an echo. So I had to fix that. So then I was only able to wire up the one headphone to the microphone, and yeah, I made it work. Because when I tried to do this shit on that tablet thing I've got, every time the tablet overheats, which is about 10-20 minutes into a live, when it starts to overheat, everything starts to fucking glitch out, and I sound like a robot, and that was frustrating. So I made my own little fucking contraption so that I can use a laptop so that I don't sound like a fucking R2D2 combo. At first I thought I was just too fucking hot, hearing myself all fucking glitchy like that. But then I realized I wasn't the only one. So I spent 2.5 hours digging through buckets of wires and fucking old wires and headphones and shit, and Shazam, I made it work. Happy New Year!
Happy New Year, Tank.
I'm living the dream here. I finally fucking figured this out so that I could.
Happy New Year, Tank.
There's an echo, bro.
Yeah, I know. I just took it off.
I was tripping out there. I was like, oh, fuck.
What time? What time is it where you are?
2:35.
Okay.
Wait, did I change that time back or to the? Yeah, 2:35.
Yeah, we're still. It's not quite New Year's yet. Well, the New Year yet. We're still 25 minutes away.
Oh.
We're in California.
California. Oh, bro. you should move out of California, brother.
Why is that?
Because it's falling and sinking at the same time.
Oh, is that?
You guys are right on that fault line.
Yeah, the San Andreas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't know if you keep up with that type of shit, but I mean, there's tremors happening all over the fucking world, and I think that there's going to be a bigger one that's coming.
Yeah, no, we're overdue for one.
That's what the scientist says, because you guys had one way the fuck back, way back, and they're saying that if history keeps repeating itself as it has, you guys are late for it.
Very true. Well, it was weird because a couple of weeks ago we had a tornado over here.
Tornado?
Yeah, and that's unheard of in California.
Yeah, you guys are usually good on that.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe the climate change thing. I don't know.
Climate change. Have you ever done any research into that?
No, I'm saying it's just I don't know. I don't know. I don't really buy into a lot of that.
No, and it's gonna sound real fucking crazy, bro, but they've come out and they've admitted that they can control the weather by shooting shit into the sky and fucking using photosynthesis or do whatever the hell they do.
Yeah.
And I think that they're just spraying too much shit, and it's I think that's what's causing climate change.
Yep. Hey, do you speak French?
A couple words, but not all.
Okay. I thought Canadians. So you guys don't have to know French.
No, and it used to be like when I was in school, it was a mandatory class. And you had to take it. If you didn't take it, you didn't pass the grade, and they started you young on it. But then it got changed. Now it's an optional class because Canadians are commonly bilingual, Canadian and French. But
So what's the official language of Canada?
I don't know. I mean, if you go back a long time ago, it was whatever native language that was, and English and French. But if you go to like Quebec is insane. Like, good luck trying to find someone who speaks English over there. You can't even order a coffee.
Is that on the eastern side of Canada or the western?
I would say Eastern,
Okay.
because I'm not out west.
Yeah. Where's Toronto?
Toronto.
Is that more like central Canada?
I'm not sure.
Hmm.
I know that it's a good distance from me,
Hmm.
but only by like an hour or two, maybe.
Hmm.
That's Toronto's insane, man. You get everything up there. It is multilingual, multicolored, multi everything.
Yeah, I think it's the financial capital too of Canada.
Maybe.
It's kind of like the New York, like the Wall Street, New York Canadian version.
Well, between Toronto and Ottawa, because Ottawa is where where you guys have your Congress.
Yes.
Well, we have Parliament in Ottawa. That's our Congress.
Okay. Do you need a passport to come to the U.S.?
Yeah, you need a passport to leave the country, and you can't have a criminal record. If you have a criminal record, you can't cross the border.
Hmm.
I mean, you can. You could swim.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think New York is just on the other side of Brockville, across the Brockville Bridge thing there, and that's the border to New York. New York is right there. Hey, hello, Nightshade. Happy New Year, buddy. But like when you guys, I don't even want to say the word. This fucking video get flagged. Let's say 9 o'clock, 11. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, when that happened, Canada felt it as well. Because, I mean, New York is right there. So Brockville was just covered in smog. And it just blew its way through. All the way to Ontario. Or, like, not Ontario, like, that's Ontario, but, like, all the way to where I was at that time in Ontario when I was living with my mother.
Mm-hmm.
And it just darkened the skies. And we drove through Brockville, and it was like nighttime there.
Wow.
It was insane.
So, I know American history, but what about Canadian history? I mean, did they pretty much slaughter the natives, like the Native Canadians or the Indians there too? The English and the French?
I think they did that everywhere.
Okay.
There was native tribes all over, and we just took what we wanted. Didn't give a shit about anything in between. And I know that in Canada, we had schools like the government would go in and take the native children and make them shave their heads and give them shit every time they spoke their native tongue, and they couldn't practice any of their shit. Or I guess that's disrespectful. Um, they couldn't practice any of what their spirituality is, and I mean natives were treated horrible back then. And then as time went on, now natives don't have to pay taxes. They get a stat card, so they don't pay taxes. And natives, like on our reservations or reserves, we can sell cigarettes, weed, uh, seeds to grow weed, anything that comes from Mother Earth, they can sell without taxes, without, like, I got a smoke shop near me for cigarettes, and they've been shut down so many times, and the fellow that owns it has won the case every single time, and they were forced to give back everything that they seized, and the only thing they haven't done is apologize, but they keep trying to shut him down, but he keeps winning it in court because he has his native card, like his stat card, and natives have to abide by different laws now. If you're actually a native, and not a lot of people have heard of it, but my cousin was native before he died, and he's the one that brought it to my attention. He came to my house one day, and he says, I think I'm going to beat my case. And I was like, what do you mean you're going to beat the case? He's like, well, technically they couldn't charge me for what they charged me with. And I was like, okay, whatever. Elaborate on this. And he
Right.
started explaining it that native people follow different laws. Like they follow the same laws, but they just handled differently. And so that's a plus. But I think that natives got the shitty end of the staff everywhere.
Oh yeah. All across America, even down to like the South America, Central America, Mexico, they all got really screwed.
Well, if you look at our national anthem, and I don't know if they're still trying to take it out or if they already have taken it out, it's like history is repeating itself. Our national anthem used to be "O Canada, we stand on guard for thee," and then there was a part in it where it was like our home and native land. We stand on guard for thee. And the native part is meant for natives, but I mean I don't think that's where they intended it, but that's the way it's looked at. But Canada, the only thing Canada was made for, like if you check the history on it, Canada, we're nothing. We are meant to guard the Queen. That's it. So if there's ever a massive war, whether we like it or not, armed guards come to our house and draft us to fight for the Queen.
Oh, so you're kind of like an English colony?
I'm not sure, but the only thing Canada was made to defend the Queen.
You mean the English Queen?
Queen Elizabeth.
Yeah. Britain.
Yeah.
British.
Yeah.
Okay. That's why it was made.
Hey, Rode, I visit your stream. I just listen because I'm always doing something else.
Yeah.
Roadhog typed in the chat there. But yeah, that's what Canada was for, and I think that's why, like, we used to. It used to be a law that if you got incarcerated and you got released, it was law that they gave you a 6-shooter and an extra like set of rounds and just like a day's worth of food kind of thing. And that law is still on the books, but they never abide by that law because they have laws that coincide with other laws. So if you've been convicted or charged or anything for any crime at all, whether it be jaywalking. You get a lifetime's weapons ban.
Wow.
And like in the States, you guys are allowed to have, well, they're trying to cut them out, but the larger clips and shit, ours has pins in them. We can only shoot 5 rounds.
Wow.
5 rounds, that's it.
Yeah.
And we used to have to register our long guns, but then they took that away. But I think that Justin Trudeau is going to bring it back where you have to register it. And then there's another thing that he wants to do where he wants to ban every single gun.
Hey, let me ask you something as a Canadian. What do you guys think about, like, in general, not, I know it's obviously just in general. What do Canadians think about Trump? Do they like him or not?
I like him. I mean, if you're watching mainstream media, you hate him because you're being indoctrinated to hate him. That's just the fact. And anybody that calls it different, just Google Project Mockingbird or Operation Mockingbird, and that'll tell you every single thing you need to know. So if you look at facts, the only thing I don't like about Trump is when he said what he said about the due process and firearms. That took me for a fucking loop. That shocked the fuck right out of me. Because everything he did up until that point was amazing. He shut down child trafficking rings. He's exposing the corruption. There's people that have been forced out that have done bad things, etc. And then he comes out and says something fucking stupid like that, and it just drove me nuts. I was like, what the fuck is your damage, bro? Like, how do you go from being for the people to against the people by the snap of a finger like that? Now, I don't know if it's a fucking tactic or what it is, but if it's a tactic, he's not gaining any friends. But the one thing I can say is that I respect the man for what he's done with corruption and crimes against kids, and the 2 bills that he signed, or whatever you call it, like executive orders or whatever, to you'd have to research it to get the exact details, but I can sum it up, and it's basically, it makes harmful punishment for people in the government to abuse their power and use retaliation and punishment. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it's like the anti-corruption bill. It's meant to attack like corrupt government members, and that makes me think, because if you watch him closely, I think that everything he's doing right now is to make the ones that are coming at him watch one hand when they should be watching the other hand. And I think that what he's doing is he's setting them up to knock them down.
Wow.
I mean, I don't know what your background is, but it screams tactic. It's like red team versus blue team. Okay, in like war training exercises and shit, you bait them, get in their heads, and then when they move forward and they think that you're not looking, you're actually surrounding them. And I hope that that's what it is. Otherwise, I don't know what the fuck to say about it, because that's pretty fucked up. But I mean, if you look at how everything is playing out, I think he's setting them up to knock them down.
Wow.
That's just my opinion. It's like
It's
like the man that plays stupid. You know, you ever had that one friend that plays stupid and he's real silent, but he plays stupid when he talks?
Yeah, but he's like the smartest guy.
Smartest fucking guy in the room.
Yeah, that's true.
That's because he knows that it, most people, they just can't shut their fucking mouth and listen.
Mm-hmm.
But the man that's quiet and plays stupid, he keeps that mouth shut. But when he does open it, he makes the assumption that you don't need to worry about him. He's not that smart. But really,
Yeah.
he's just in taking it all and he's watching. It's like people watching. I don't know if you've ever went people watching, but you can learn a lot from just going to a large public place and just focus on the people, how they move, what their body language is like, what they're doing, how they're interacting. And I've noticed that the more and more as time goes on, people are glued to their devices. It's like they're fucking blind. It's enough to drive a man insane. But I mean, we were warned of all this prior. You know, they're like, we want to mix man with machine, machine with man. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, people are worried. They're like, oh my God, the AIs are going to come in and we're going to be made one. You've already done that. Apple Watches, Fitbits with GPS, RFID chips, your cell phone. I mean, have you ever seen someone when they lose their cell phone?
Yeah, they go crazy.
They go fucking nuts, like an addict.
Mhm.
Like they're addicted. Like I've seen crackheads that haven't acted that way.
Right.
When my sister loses her phone, she freaks the fuck out. Like you think the fucking world is coming to an end. And if you go back I'm serious, bro. If you go back generations and you look at the different generations as it goes, like when I was growing up, I mean, there was like there was like the Atari and the Super Nintendo and the Sega and all that shit, and that was it. And you barely got to play with that. And
Yeah.
when your parents were cleaning the house, you went the hell outside and played with your friends. And
Mhm.
even if you weren't, even if they weren't cleaning, it was get the hell out, go play with your friends, get out there, get some fresh air, activities in. Now, I mean, like my sister, she barely leaves her room. She's always on a device.
Mhm.
You know, my brother, same thing, except for his is video games and his device.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. Yeah, I still I try to stay away from the devices as much as I can. I mean, I do like YouTube, but
I
I
agree,
still go for
Roadhog.
walks. I live in the desert, and it's an area called the High Desert in Southern California. It's the Mojave Desert, and I still go for walks, without my cell phone, and just go and sit like near a mountain and just enjoy the silence of nature.
Right. I used to live in the country, and I mean, I spent more time in the bush just fucking around doing nothing.
Yeah,
And it was the happiest time of my life, you know?
exactly.
Like you got some people that will get drunk and just blare their music and get evicted. Well, I used to love getting drunk and just going through the bush and finding long logs and fucking making teepees and fucking little teeny huts and shit, or making tree forts, or building something, anything at all, or even if I just sat in a deer stand and just watched the fucking animals come by,
Yeah.
anything, just the feel of being in the bush. It was like I felt at home,
Yeah,
at
exactly. It's
peace.
really relaxing and it's like meditation.
Right, it's very centering, you know.
Hmm.
It's like all the chaos that's around you, but when you're in nature, it's like Mother Nature just kind of takes that worry away, and it's like, hey, listen, just enjoy what's in front of you.
Just enjoy like the beautiful world that we live in.
Right. And if you're in the same, like I where I lived, I had a house out in the country, and I used to go through the bush. I used to take my dog out through the bush and just do nothing. Just fuck. I'd take a
Hmm.
6-pack in a book bag, and I drink them as I go, and put the cans in my book bag as I go. Drink a 6-pack going through the bush, and
Hmm.
when I didn't take the dog with me, and I just went by myself, it's like the animals got to know me, and I had like different animals that would just they wouldn't run away.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They just stay in the. You could get so close to a deer. I mean,
Hmm.
you could get so close to a deer that you could brush its fucking fur,
Yeah.
and or porcupines and we had this I think it's a porcupine. What do you call the one they shoot fucking uh,
Skunk.
barbs out? No, they shoot like a barb out at you, and the tips of the barb make you go numb.
I don't know.
Porcupine, is it?
Porcupine? I don't know. But like, Tank, I'll be right back.
Yeah, buddy. All right, let's get caught up in the chat here. Hey guys, it's getting late. Later, YouTube watcher. Happy New Year. Well, in Canada, we don't have a choice. If the Queen calls, we get drafted in. That's kind of what, I don't know, it's weird. I mean, maybe there's been shit that's changed over the time, but I mean, that's how history's had it. I already agreed to that. I'm assuming you're talking about Trump. I already agreed to that. Don't know if that was Roadhouse leaving or if he was just going up the peace sign. I live in the mountains. Love the peace and quiet. The wildlife. I love the wildlife. You can breathe better in the bush. But I think that's because you're closer to the trees. Trees, they live on carbon dioxide and all the harmful parts of the shit that's in the atmosphere, and then they produce oxygen. And closer you are to like if you ever want to get real healthy, I mean I don't know if there's still because there's been so many massive fires and shit or logging companies that are cutting them down, but if you can ever get into a rainforest, dead center of the rainforest, that's the purest air, the purest drinking water, everything. I'm pretty sure that a rainforest would cure cancer. Like everything is just it's how it's intended to be. But I mean, they're cutting fucking trees down left, right, and center, and if whoever owns the trees don't sell the trees, then they mysteriously go up in flames and fucking then they're forced to sell. But I mean, if I owned a rainforest and I said I wasn't going to sell it and it mysteriously turned up in flames, then I would say you did it for nothing because I'll just fucking plant more trees and I'll keep planting trees because then you're just giving them what they want if that is the case and they are lighting the fires. Hypothetically, I'm not saying that that's what's happening, just saying. Oh, gee, you still here or passed out or who's probably not here? Yeah, that'd be a cool sound. We have a weird phenomena, whatever the hell you want to call it. Something fucky going on in our bushes. Um, and some people say that it's coyotes, but there's been people that have that like know how to like pick a fucking audio track apart where they can break it down to the background, or they can take and divide up every individual piece of audio in it, and they've compared it to see if they could match it to anything that has been known or documented, and it's nothing. And I'm not saying I believe in fucking Bigfoot or Yetis or whatever the hell you want to call them, but I mean it's what the sample keeps coming back as is when they document this shit and they say that this is what this is or this is what that is, it gets logged under that, and the sound bite that keeps coming back is it sounds like something screaming or yelling, but it's not human and it's not an animal that's recognizable on the list. And we've had that happen just about everywhere. Strange things happen in the fucking bush in Canada. It's weird. I mean, I'm not talking about like a regular bush, like a little bush. I'm talking about like if you go to like a natural fucking park or out west is real heavy for weird sounds coming from the fucking bush. Or people going missing in places they shouldn't be going missing, and then 10 years later they'll pop up, and like we had a case, and I think the United States had a case similar to it, where there was a kid that went missing, and he was fuck, I don't know, young. He was young, and 10 years goes by, and part of the case file was that the clothes, when they went looking for the kid, the clothes were neatly folded and just kind of set up like a mother would fold the laundry and set it in their kid's drawer. And then it was deemed a missing persons report. Then 10 years later, that same kid, unaged, nothing, it would reappear. And that's happened a couple times. And I think it's happened multiple times all over the world. And it's what scientists are saying what could be. I'm not saying I agree with it, but they're saying there's like some kind of a portal or a black hole or something. And the scientists say that when you go through a black hole, whatever time it is when you go through it, it seems like you're in there for a second, and then, but when you get back, it's like a hell of a lot different. A lot of time has gone by. But I mean, I'm not a scientist. It's definitely crazy though. But I think that's what the documentary Missing 411K or 401K or something like that. But some of those cases were proven to be part of like child trafficking rings and shit like that. One of the cases was there was a sheriff and governmental people that were kidnapping kids, and the sheriff would shove it under the rug, while the governmental person would take the kid to like a sex trafficking ring or something, and he would just kind of shove it under the rug and make it disappear. And that was part of the 401k. But there's other strange cases that are part of that documentary that date back like way the fuck back to before there was color in pictures. I think before there was even video cameras. But some of those cases date back that far, and they say that they could have been taken by an animal or a bear or whatever. But I mean, if that's the case, then why did the clothes be folded? You know, why would they be neatly stacked? You know, if someone gets attacked by a bear or fucking mountain lion or whatever, if a person gets attacked, I mean, there's going to be blood, there's going to be scratching, there's going to be cutting, ripping, tearing of the clothes, and there's going to be a sign of that. There's going to be evidence of that happening, but they're not finding any of that evidence, and that's strange to me. You know, it's definitely one of those things that make you question reality. It's like, what the fuck kind of world are we living in? Like, are we living in some kind of supernatural being world, or what the hell? Because, and the scariest part about that is they've documented it in this documentary or whatever you want to call it, where, I mean, these people are going missing, as kids, and 10, 15, 20 years later, they're reappearing as if they haven't aged at all. So like, what is someone doing? Are they cloning the people, or like what? It's very confusing. Um, and I think it's that way for a lot of people, because I mean, how many confusing situations? A person will get confused with a situation if they're unexperienced in it, or if they don't have enough information on it. But the information that's been given is enough information to draw a conclusion that something's not right. You know? Yeah, for sure. You know, or an animal. You know, fucking a mountain lion, or a bear. A bear walks into the bush and sees a kid there, and says, "If you don't want your clothes to get ripped and bloody, fold them up real nice," and then walk so far away. That's another thing. Uh, there, there was one case where a boy, um, he ended up like at a high altitude is where they found him. Like he went missing in the morning, and he was found by helicopter at like the top of some mountain that would have taken him days to get there. And that that's strange to me, you know. I don't understand that, and I hate it when I don't understand something. I get frustrated with it because I can usually figure just about anything out. And when I can't figure something out, it's like OCD kicks in, obsessive compulsive disorder, and I start obsessing about it and getting frustrated with it. And I'm like, I know I can figure it out. It's something simple, and I'm missing it. But it's very strange, like super strange, because I mean, when people when this happens to people, and they just go missing, or whatever, you know, it what is the conclusion to that? You know, and anytime you start talking and asking questions about it, people are like, it's conspiracy theory. And then, you know, the intelligence in me says there's no such thing as a conspiracy theory. You either have a conspiracy or you have a theory. You can't have the theory of something starting before you say theory. You know, because then it indicates that you're saying this is this. And I mean, you can have a theory of about a conspiracy, but you can't have a conspiracy theory. Um, and that's it. It's just how society works now, and or has for a while. And people, if people don't understand something, or they can't find the answer to it, it's like they're too damn lazy to find the answer. They would rather just say, that's not possible, I don't agree. So I always say, prove me wrong. You know, if you don't think it's possible, and it's got you that bent out of shape, then find the answer to it. You know, don't call me wrong. Fuck, I'm not Einstein. I'm just basing my shit on what I see. You know, and I mean, you may be blind, but I'm not. I see the details. So I always say, prove me wrong. And not many people can come up with a viable conclusion to it, because there's so many strange shit that happens all over the damn world that you can't say conspiracy theory all the time, you know, or whatever. I hate that word, conspiracy theory, because it's not a real word. They added the theory to it as a psychological move to discredit it. Because when you hear theory, like if I say I have a theory, you know, what you're thinking that comes to your brain is, okay, he's got an idea. Ideas aren't facts, you know. I've got an input on it. So they've done that to psychologically trick people into say, oh, it's not real, you know. It's like the sex or child trafficking shit like that. Everybody said, oh, it's a conspiracy theory. That can't be happening. There can't be people in the government working that way. There can't be rich people that buy kids like that and have a whole organization and network to do it. And then fuck, years go by, and what the hell have they come out with? They've come out with that. Ashton Kutcher was a person that worked with sex trafficking, and some of he's an actor is who I'm talking about, and he worked around with it, and all of the people that have come across to it, like there's been a lot of corrupt people that have been exposed for it. I don't know if you remember Subway, Jared from Subway, he was convicted of it. They got him on the telephone trying to buy some chick's kids. I mean, that's nuts. I mean, enough to drive you completely insane. Just to see how much evil is around the world and how blind people are to it. Your next door neighbor could be a mass murderer, a serial killer, and you still say good morning to them and don't see the signs, or they're really good at hiding it. I don't know. That has happened over there, all over the world. That just seems to come from everywhere. You talking about the trumpets and horns and shit? Like it sounds like trumpets or horns or fucking something loud anyway. That's some insane shit right there. Yeah, and solicitation of a minor, because he was he got in touch with some woman and tried to buy her kids for sexual purposes. They have the audio recordings and everything that he sent her. They sent back and forth between each other. It's a disgusting, absolutely disgusting audio clip. But you got to force yourself to watch it and listen to it so that you can understand how evil this man really actually is. I mean, like, holy cow! It's one of those people that makes you, if you ever seen him in front of you with an arm's length, you know that you're going to be in the cell that he's supposed to be in, and he's going to be someplace else, never to come back, because that's drives you. Oh God, clusters the brain up, bro. Clusters the fucking brain up. Yeah, I don't know how people in a moral sense. I mean, how the hell? It doesn't make any sense to me. I don't understand it. It's like some weird fucking puzzle that I'll never be able to figure out. And I mean, if you look around the world, they're trying to legalize this shit. Like there's a country. I mean, child brides in some cultures that's acceptable. You can marry 11-year-old girl at 60 years old as an arranged marriage. That's absolutely fucking disgusting. I mean, who the fuck sells their kid? Oh, somebody needs to grab them parents by the throat and choke the living shit right out of them. Because I don't know how do you do that? How do you do that to someone you say you love? How do you that's a topic that confuses the fuck out of me. I wouldn't do that to my worst enemy. Why the fuck would I do it to someone that I would claim to love or care for? Why would you? It doesn't. I can't. My brain gets clustered when I think about it out of irritation. It doesn't make any sense to me. It's all for what? What like money? Like, it doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. It's a very confusing topic. I don't know how the fucking I can't even find the words to describe how that makes me feel. Like it doesn't sit right with me. But there is cultures around there, and there's I think there's a country or two that are trying to say that pedophilia is the same thing as transgender or being gay or being bisexual. They're saying that I don't know how they can say that. It it doesn't. I don't get it. I really don't. It confuses me. It, it's not a mental disorder. I don't know what it is, but that's the case that they're pleading on it. They're like, well, I can't remember who it was, but there's a documentary about it, where this man went on TV and said, um, why can't a grown man and a child be happy together? And I mean, anybody that has half a brain cell would say, well, one, that's disgusting. That's one. The maturity level, that's two. They can't consent, that's three. And then the argument gets popped up, well, they can consent. They have their own minds. Well, no. Because if I got everything I wanted when I was a child, I I think I'd be dead or something. Or I think that some of the decisions that or the ideas I had when I was a kid, if I had them and they fell through or come through, I would have no fucking life. And that's the moral of it, is because as time goes on and as you age and you get more mature and grow up, you start growing out of shit. So now you got to think about those young girls that are being fucking sold from their family to arranged marriages with like fucking men that are like 700 times their damn age, and they may be okay with it then, but once they mature up and they start, you know what I mean? Their brain starts developing as it should, you know? They start realizing, fuck, this is wrong, you know? Or they get Stockholm syndrome or some stupid shit. I'm not entirely sure. Either way, it's fucking wrong. I can't, and nobody's gonna convince me otherwise. I don't give a fuck if they say that the person is full blown fucking retarded. That doesn't give any. It doesn't hold no weight to that topic. It it's like it's very frustrating. But there's cultures out there, and there's people out there that are like that, and they want to push it off to be like some kind of mental disease or fucking. It's the same thing as being transgender, or the same thing as being gay, or the same thing as being bisexual. It's not the same thing. It's most certainly, absolutely not the same thing. It's very frustrating. But that's what some countries are pushing for. That's how some idealistic people, whatever you want to call them, that's how some people view it or some people look at it. And in some cultures, that's okay. But it's not. I don't want to be a part of any culture like that. I don't ever want to be a part of a culture like that. Because a culture like that screams evil. It screams there is some fucking serious evil shit afoot. Um, because one, child can't consent to that. You may think, yeah, child can consent, but no, they can't. There was things when I was a kid that it, if it was allowed to take place or like it's like different decisions, right? It's like your mind changes as you get older and as you mature and as you grow into an adult. There's things that you do as a child that you horribly regret. And I think that's kind of the same way, you know. I don't think it's fair to set someone's future out at such a young age and sell them to a man 50 times their damn age, and then you force that child to grow up with, for lack of better terms, being raped, being forced into a lifestyle that for a second she might agree with, but she doesn't agree with it. You know what I mean? There's too much fucking evil, and they're pushing evil off as a mental illness. It's not a mental illness. It's just evil. You know, whatever happened to evil just being evil? You know, it's like evil got a fucking free pass. But if you have a head on your shoulders and you got some common sense and you're smart and you see shit for what it really is, you're the fucking evil person. Doesn't make any sense. I'm gonna read your comments now. I'm done with that rant, kind of. Just thought I'd voice my opinion on it. Yes, it's strange to watch recording without happening. Such odd noise. It is an odd noise. People call it the trumpets of God or something like that, or it's the earth crying out in pain because people are polluting it or destroying it or something. It's like Mother Nature is screaming or something like that. I'm not sure what it is. It's the same as there's things that are caught in the sky flying around that are not on any flight list, that nobody knows what the hell they are. And as soon as you say UFO, because of how that's been conditioned into society, the moment you say UFO, people automatically think little green men. What does UFO stand for? Unidentified flying object. So if I take a paper airplane and shoot it out of a paper airplane gun and it's flying through the sky, that's an unidentified flying object because it nobody knows what that is until they do the investigation. Oh, it's a paper airplane. Well, that's what UFO stands for. So if you don't know what the hell the flying device is or what's flying over top of you, it's unidentified flying object. But because of how it's been conditioned, people automatically think, oh, conspiracy theory, you think there's little green men. But there's shit happening all over up there that doesn't make any sense. Explosions happening above our heads. There's videos where you see like a weird blue light falling from the sky, and then it just fucking disappears off into the distance. When I was seven, a guy up the street. That's. I'm sorry that happened to you, bro. I mean, I think you're male. If you're not a male, I feel like a dick. If you're a female, I'm sorry. But for that, I'm sorry that had happened. That's horrible. It's not the same thing as exactly. It's not the same thing. Because normally it's adults in those situations, and I mean, if you, it's frustrating. A person's brain is not completely exactly. Like I mean, and anybody that's made decisions as a child and regretted them later. Now, let's take the decision making out of the equation. Let's say that there's something that you regret as a kid and you were forced into it. That is completely different, you know? And that's the way these child marriages and child brides or whatever the hell you want to call them and child sex trafficking, that's the way it is. It's not a consensual thing, you know? They're forced into it. So it can't be the same thing as making a decision to be somebody else, you know? It and it'd be the same thing in the same terminology if you were to go let's say you're not gay and the next day your parents say, here, marry this man. If you're a man, if you're a woman, opposite, vice versa. So take that and tell me that it's the same fucking thing. You know, if you're a male, you're forced to marry a male. If you're female, you're forced to marry a female. Rather than it being something consensual. Either way, it's fucked up, you know? And that's kind of the same way that they're looking at it. And there's I don't remember what country it is, but they're trying to make pedophilia illegal. And I don't agree with that. Not one fucking bit. but there's cultures that have it legal, and it gets shoved under the rug because of parental consent. But it's the parents who's selling the fucking kids to these older men, so it's very fucking tricky. Yeah, got that. Thank you, Road, for posting that for Eric. Hey, Southern, Happy New Year. Oh, okay, you're a guy. That's what I thought, but you can never tell by the names anymore. The world is going to shit in a handbasket. It's in our schools, it's in our fucking teachings, it's in our college, it's in our fucking household, it's on our TV, it's in our music we listen to, it's in the ads we see. It's fucking everywhere, you know? I mean, you think in this world that you have free will, freedom to be who you want to be. But I mean, if you're smart, and I'm not calling anybody stupid because that's not what I'm trying to say. But if you're smart and you pay attention and you watch everything, there's something in everything. There's everything that you are, everything that's put in front of your face. There's a narrative to it, you know? I mean, watch commercials. And then think of what's going on in the world when you watch that commercial. There's an agenda there somewhere. In most cases, yeah, it does. Like the priests that molest boys. They say it's not against God's will. Doesn't say it in the Bible. Well, here's one. Okay. It says homosexuality is a sin in the Bible. But you're fucking little boys. It doesn't make any sense, you know? But that's people taking religion and twisting it to suit their own selfishness or their own fucking agenda. There's good and bad in everything. Hey, did Nova? I haven't been watching the backstage, so I don't know if he came back. Nova, if you're still here and you wanted to jump back on, where did the link go? Fuck, now I gotta get the link. Hold on. We will, copy. Yeah, copy. And paste. No, paste. There we go. Jesus. When you think about it, sure, but I think that religion's been twisted because I mean if you look at like original evidence of religion, it was just of different groups believing in something, and it was about free will. But how it is now is, you know, it's like when you see a pastor jump on live television and say, if you don't go out and vote, you're going to be the cause of the next mass shooting, or you're going to hell because you disappointed God. What the fuck was that shit all about? I mean, you just told us in the speech you just gave that Jesus died so we'd have free will and take away our sins, and then you tell us that. It's kind of contradicting, you know? That's my opinion. But there's good and evil in everything, you know? It's all about how you interpret it. God doesn't need money, and that's one of the perversions of how religion is being used for someone else's gain. And I mean, that's just my opinion, you know. But there was a guy, there's a preacher, a pastor, who, and this is why I say everything has more than one meaning to it. There's always something beneath something. It's why people who like art like art. Because when you look at an art piece, you don't just see what's at face value. You see what the artist has put into it, deep in the layers. So you got this preacher that is rich. I mean, he is fucking rich. When there are homeless men and women and children and animals on the street dying and freezing, and this fucking pastor is talking about, I can't ride on a plane that is not my private jet because I'm full of a can full of sinners, or something along those lines. And yeah, I don't get it, you know. And he's like, I talk to God, and God talks back, rah rah rah. And so I'm like, okay, well maybe he's talking to God, you know, whatever. But I mean, I've never heard God's voice personally, so I can't say whether or not that's true or false. I can only tell you what I see and my interpretation of what I see. And what I see is him saying that people around him are sinners. Everybody is sinners. And the way that he called a regular plane full of people, rather to his private jet, he's like, I can't talk to God and get this insight on anything other than a private jet. And he says, because all of those sinners, he's like, could you imagine me being this many feet in the air, locked in a tin can, full of all these demons? You know, these are people that were just coming up to him and saying, because apparently he heals people. Again, maybe that's possible. Maybe it's not. It's never happened to me, so I don't know. But these are people that were coming up to him and saying, will you pray for me? Will you pray for me? Which, you know, is what a prophet is supposed to do. A prophet is supposed to pray. You know, they're supposed to help people. And he looks at himself as a prophet. So don't take the role if you can't take the fucking responsibility that comes with it. But, I mean, how the hell does a preacher get that much money that the dude's got a house in just about every single country in a figure of speech way, 2 private jets, and more jewelry than a pimp? Hey, I don't understand that. And there's people, homeless people, starving, and kids suffering on the street, animals, etc., women, children, whatever. Why doesn't that preacher do the godly thing and build a great big fucking place so that they can house all those homeless people there, you know, and make it a non-profit thing where they can fit every single homeless person in there, and start getting them in programs to help them get work, and start getting out and getting their own place and getting jobs, help them with that. But instead, this preacher, God dude that thinks he can talk to God, is bitching about a private jet, and he needs a bigger private jet. And the dude is just, I mean, how does someone become that rich by being a preacher? I mean, isn't worldly possessions irrelevant? You know, isn't it about the people? Isn't it about salvation, about souls? You know, about kindness? But that takes you back to, there's good and bad in everything, and you can take something good and pervert it too. So, I mean, I don't know. I'm getting to the point where I believe in a higher power. I just don't know what that higher power is. How old are you when you get baptized? I've never been baptized, but I don't know. I've seen it commonly with babies. Usually, there used to be a priest. There used to be a priest when my mom was little. That if he found out that someone needed help with something like food, he would go in and strip his own cupboards and refrigerator, give them food. I think there's supposed to be a two, give them food. Yeah, and I mean that would be a godly thing, you know. I mean it's about putting someone else's needs and well-being before your own. And why the hell do we call priests father? They're not my father, you know. They're not your father. They're not the father. Why do we call them father? But nuns are sisters. I don't get it. How would that be asserting authority? Just out of curiosity. Like what is the basis of that? What is that? How does that assert authority? Authority. Wouldn't it be the first sign of possession? Not like being possessed, but being possessed. Like not like possessed like a demon, but like possession, like a slave. I didn't know that, Southern. I just know nuns as sisters and priests as fathers, and I don't think that I don't think that. I mean, he's not my father, you know. Why should we have to call him father? And how does the confession booth forgive us of our sins? Wasn't that already done when Jesus died? But I mean, if you look back in history, governments and religion have been working together for centuries, like centuries. They've been working together, and I mean, even if you go back to when Jesus was crucified, there was high priests that were there, and the high priests helped. They were the ones that brought it to that king and to all their attention and said, "Hey, listen, this man is saying he's a prophet, and we're the only prophets." And that's how that played out, because apparently Judas went and fucking told them and rah rah rah. But I mean, governments and religions have worked together. I'm learning more as I go, but what I've been learning is that governments and religion have been working together since they were both born. Like if you look back in history, and the Bible has been rewritten so many damn times that it's, what does it even mean? And I think it's being misinterpreted, because anybody can take. If I tell you something and then tell another person the same thing, and then tell another person, and we do that 10 times, and then but we keep those 10 people separated, and we send them back to a group of 10. 10 stories are the same. You tell them 10 people the same thing. They come from groups of 10 people. Then you let them go back and tell that story to the other people and let them interpret it. Don't give them any answers. Just let them decipher it, or let them interpret it how they will, and reinterpret it how they will. You will get a different story almost every single time. So it's been rewritten, and new interpretations of it have come through. And the actual Bible, I mean, it's sitting under the Vatican or whatever in some vault, and nobody can take a full look at it all. So I mean, seeing is believing. So I don't know what the original Bible says, but it's been rewritten so many times that I'm not quite sure what the hell is the real one. Heaven and hell for control. Mom, I had my sister. They was a problem. There was a problem with her, and my mom was told she would not live long. The same pastor heard about it and came to my mom, even though my mom had not seen him in years. That's the problem, his interpretation of what was once written. Bible equals history, mixed with fiction. The archives of desired result, desired result. Same with laws, it's the interpretation. Right. And the shit's been rewritten Bible wise so many times. And reinterpreted or interpreted that. And what's the real Bible? What does it really say? I mean, for all we know, the actual Bible, the one that hasn't been misinterpreted, the one that the 12 apostles wrote, not read, for all we know, that one could have either been about evil or could have been about good. Either way you spin it and twist it, it's been rewritten so many times that what is that game that people used to play where you whisper something in one person's ear and they whisper it into the next person's ear and they whisper it into the next person's ear, and by the time it gets back to you, it's a different interpretation of what you said? Well, it's the same concept. The Bibles have been rewritten so many gosh forsaken times that there's things that are being misinterpreted and things that are being taken out of context. Plus, it was in a different language before, and the person that interpreted it again was not that language. So they were going by the ciphers or like a fucking guide on how to decipher it. So there's that. They didn't understand the writings, and they misinterpreted it. So what does the real Bible say? I'm absolutely curious with that. For sure it would. Because I mean, if you look, okay, if you look at how mainstream media works, the Project Mockingbird type shit, they give you a little bit of truth with a lot of fiction. But the way that they display it to you, they make you believe the narrative that they want to push. So what if the Bible meant something completely different, and it wasn't about money? Let's say that the Bible was the true goodest thing. Let's say that it was the best thing in the world. It was about take the shirt off your back, give it to your fellow brother and sister, help people, rah rah rah. Okay. But the way it works now is when you go to church, they pass around a basket so you can give them your money. And if you don't give them money, you get shamed. To me, that's robbery by psychological means. So they're not physically robbing you, but they're psychologically playing that game of psychology to trick you into being manipulated to agree with what they want. And that's the same concept with that preacher, the same one he's like a billionaire, owns jets and houses all over. He stood up and said, if you do not vote, the next mass shooting that happens, you did it. You're going to hell for it. The next baby that was aborted, you're going to hell for it. You killed that baby. You know what I mean? So it's all a psychological game. And they're attacking your subconscious while tricking your conscience at the same time to make you believe their narrative. So the way psychology works, to reverse psychology, is you need to trick the subconscious. If you can gain the subconscious control, if you can control someone's subconscious, you have their conscience, which means they'll both work in your advantage. It's why there's like little hidden shit in different things, or why certain soundtracks will have different words that are toned down a little bit, or the sleep tapes to help you get smarter. You go to sleep, you put the headphones on, and you listen to it, and they tell you and teach you things through it. Well, when you're sleeping, you're not conscious, but your subconscious is conscious. So that's how you go through with that. Well, psychology is the same way, or reverse psychology, you know. So that the way that they push that bullshit to make us believe that we're the ones that want it, you know, and that's troubling, because if people can't see the deception that is put in front of them, or the deception that they're faced with, I fear that humanity has already been lost. And that's a horrible thought to have in a person's brain. But you see it with ideas, right? So if your beliefs and your ideas don't match my beliefs and my ideas, then you're an evil person, and you're either a bigot or a racist or homophobe or whatever the hell the case may be, and you're shamed for it. So what does all that have in common? You know, it's like they're tricking your brain to make you want to come back for more, like Stockholm syndrome almost, but slowly. And they use that psychology trick to make you think that it's what you want. You know, it's like gun laws, gun control. You know, mass shootings happen, and everybody gets afraid. And when the government says, we'll keep you safe, we just need to violate the Constitution. Well, take my rights. Just give me safety. Well, there's a problem with that. Because if you give even a little bit of liberty for a little bit of security, you deserve none. And that's just my opinion. And another thing that I'm suspicious about is if you look back, when they started to do all these red flag bullshit, and then they really started to fucking push the red flag bullshit, and in that style of attacks, more mass shootings started to happen. And then after the mass shooting, they would highlight everything. It was an AR. It was this, and we gotta stop them from getting. We gotta take the guns, and the people are not safe. And then they spread that fear and that panic, and everybody gets afraid. You know, how about this? How about you just exercise your fucking rights? And if someone comes in to shoot people, you shoot them. Because I can assure you, unless that cop is right beside you, you're fucking dead. You're dead as a doornail if someone comes in and starts shooting. What are you going to do? Mr. Gunman, please stop. The cops are 15 minutes away. Just let them get here and then start shooting. That's not happening. They're going to shoot you. You're fucking dead. But if you have a gun on you and you can shoot, take the church shooting that didn't get as much coverage as it would have if it had been a cop that shot him, or had more people would have died, etc. 6 seconds from the first shot, and that gunman was down. It wasn't a cop. It wasn't fucking military that shot him. It wasn't any illegal gun. It was lawful carrying people that had lawful guns exercising their Second Amendment. And these people did amazing. Because if you watch the video, because it was live streamed, and there is a copy of the video out there. If you watch the video, these people are amazing. But what had happened was the guy went up, he pulled out the gun. It was looked like a shotgun almost. And when he did that, then the other the man that he was pointing the gun at went for his sidearm, okay? And he went to pull his sidearm out to defend himself, and he got shot in the chest. Now, as soon as that happened, by that time, the man behind him had already had his gun out. Then he turned the gun around and didn't see the man in the back from a good distance pull his sidearm out, but he went and he shot the man closest to him. And by him taking his eyes and directing his attention there, the man in the back shot him and took him down. So, I mean, let's say they took all the fucking guns. Let's say they took the Second Amendment. Let's say you had no fucking right to carry a gun, concealed or unconcealed. How would that situation have ended when that man came in and started shooting? Would it have been over in the 6 seconds that it was? Or would it have been 60 minutes of pure hell? You know? Lawful guns saved lives that day. And when they, like, if you look at that news coverage of it, and then you look at news coverage of someone that didn't defend themselves, they're still talking about the ones that didn't defend themselves. But they mentioned that that there was people there that defended themselves one fucking time, and then they move on to the next one because it does not coincide with the narrative that they want. What they want is they want to push it to the point where you have no fucking rights. You can't have a gun. But then it makes you think, well, why would you not want someone to be able to protect themselves? What fucking agenda do you possibly have? Because when it comes down to bare facts, when you need a cop, they're so far away. I can't think of what the terminology or what the saying is for that, but it's like seconds and minutes or something like that. You got seconds, they're minutes away. And if them people that defended that church and took down the gunman, if they didn't have the guns that they had, and these people won and took all the guns, because there's a new bill that's being passed in Virginia right now where they don't want you to have anything with a clip. They don't want you to have any long rifle. Your shit, it has to hold a certain amount of rounds, has to be either a revolver or something along those lines. And they've signed off on, I think it was the UN that signed off on this, where if you read the fine print of whatever the fuck the paper says, it basically indicates that the UN are bringing in UN troops They ordered 2 million rounds of ammunition. They have the okay to create roadblocks. They can go door to door for I don't remember what the legal term, but basically gun confiscation. Basically, it's like martial law without martial law. And I mean, that's happening in Virginia. I don't know when it's going to pop off, but it's sickening. I mean, it states in the Constitution, shall not be infringed. Any infringement is an infringement, whether it be small or whether it be big. That's just my opinion. All right, we'll slow down on rambling on that. I'm short on a couple of comments here. We're slow on reading them. Well, that's awesome. That he, your uncle is a pastor and he's very well off. I'm not quite sure how he raised that money, but brainwashing, yep, I agree with that. If you want to see heaven's door, make out the check. Exactly. You want to go to heaven, you need to give me everything you fucking have. Your house, your kids, everything. Your freedom. Why don't you just sew your mouth shut and just obey? If you murder someone and ask for forgiveness, you're supposed to be forgiven and allowed into heaven. I'm not sure. I've heard of redemption, but I'm not sure. Scientology. Scientology is fucked. They made a religion after a fucking book. Ron L. Hubbard, or whatever the hell. He wrote a book and made a religion after it. Church of Elected Security. But you go into a building and talk to a human who grants you forgiveness. Look at that. I think I misread that. What if you go into a building and talk to a human who grants you forgiveness, but he's just a person? Exactly. You know? I thought all of our sins were already supposed to be forgiven. Isn't that why Jesus died? You know? Why the hell are we asking a man for it's confusing. And why do you have to got to this? Okay, let me reinterpret that. Why do you have to go to this building, specific building, to ask for forgiveness with God? Is God supposed to be everywhere? Exactly. Can't I just ask him now, right here? Why do I need to go to another building? Like, I believe in a higher power, you know, whether that be God, whether it be whatever. Either way you put it, I believe in a higher power. You know, I'm not quite sure what the fuck that higher power is. I just maybe I'm losing faith. There's just so much fucking evil in this world that I just am losing faith in it all. But I believe in a higher power. But if you take what's been taught and try to base it on everyday living, it doesn't add up. You know? It's like, well, this says, God said that he died, Jesus died, he gave his only begotten son for your salvation so that you will never have to suffer. Well, okay. And for your sins. Okay. Well, if that's the case, why the fuck is there jails? Why is there an IRS? Why are we going through so much pain? Why are kids being molested? Why are women being raped? Why is there so much pain and suffering in this world if he died so that we could be happy and be free of sin? Why do we have to fight to get anything in this fucking world? Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah, and I think that's the part I'm losing my faith on. That and every time we turn around, it's like a different church wants more money. Now it wouldn't be a. I don't mind giving a church money. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is it's the tactic that they use to get that money. Like, you give me this or you're an evil person kind of thing. God is not going to be happy with you. Okay. Where's the logic in that? I don't see it, but okay, you know. Goodness, everywhere. Half of those people in that church were armed. Yeah, exactly. Could you imagine if all of them were armed? Because there's a few people in the front row, if you watch the video, that saw what was about to transpire while he had their backs to them. And they could have taken him down before any man would have got shot. Or woman, or child, or anything. Yeah, the word. Thank you, everyone with G, YG, Lid. Okay. Y helped Autotron continue his work. Wait, what? I don't know what that means, but I thought the link you were posting was for Eric, not Autotron. You or me either. I have not idea how he's got that. You or me, either I have not an idea how he's got that much money, other than robbing people blind. Oh, okay. So that makes sense. I believe there is something bigger out there, but it's not God. I can relate to that. There was a time where I believed cold-heartedly in God, but when my son died, he was innocent in everything. He was just a kid, you know. He'd never done anything wrong to anybody. Not one fucking thing. He was a fresh slate. And it's how he died. You know, if there was a God as the God is supposed to be, why would he not have prevented that from happening? You know? But then you'll have someone say, well, it must have been in his plan. Okay. I thought his plan was salvation. I thought his plan was for everybody to be peace and blissful, you know. And I mean, and then you start looking at it as it starts to change, and then they're like, well, no, the peaceful and the blissfulness doesn't happen until you go to heaven. But you have to fear the Lord. You have to worship the Lord. You have to give everything over for the Lord. But then you go back and you're like, well, I thought that's why he gave his only begotten son, so that we wouldn't have to do that. So when what happened to my son and he died, that shortly after that, I lost my mind, and I don't think I've ever come back since. And my interpretation is, if that is correct, why is there so much fucking evil right now? You know? But I mean, everybody has a different take on philosophy. It has to do with biblical shit. Like Adam and Eve. God gave Adam and Eve Oh, sorry, Road. Who's in the back room? Who's in the back room, Road? It's got a weird name on it. Anyway, Adam and Eve. If that's the case, but there's only everybody has their own DNA, shouldn't we all have alleles that align with each other to make us, I don't know, related? Just my opinion. Let me just finish off here. The Bible says, in the end days, you'll be hell on earth. Okay, that makes sense, kind of. But I mean, it's always been hell on earth in my life. 10,000 years ago, there was no mention of hell in the Bible. That may be true. I'm not sure. I think you might be there. Sorry, fat finger today. Trouble typing. Back room. Past that. Okay. God didn't drive me away. People did. But wasn't everything that happened to Jesus supposed to forgive everybody and give us that freedom? You know? I don't know, maybe I'm interpreting it wrong. I just think that if it was the case, why is there so much fucking evil everywhere? Why are kids being sold? Why are kids being kidnapped by people that you're supposed to be able to trust? Somebody asked if you're okay, Road.
Yeah, I'm fine. I got a question for you.
Yeah, buddy.
Okay. If supposedly God only gives you what you can handle, how come only the people who are poor are the ones that are given all the terrible things to handle, and all the people who are rich are never given any terrible things to handle? Explain that one to me.
Almost sounds like a ruling class. The elite get what they want, while the peasants get nothing.
Yeah, but they say God can only give you what you can handle, right?
Right.
So what purpose is there for God to allow a 3-year-old child or a 5-year-old child to be molested? And why would God want to see anyone handle that?
I think that was the point I was trying to get across to. Is how, how is there so much evil? Why are something that is so innocent is being tainted and perverted? And I want to know why. Because it boggles my brain. You know what I mean? You got a pastor, father, whatever, in one day telling you don't sin and don't violate the good book, but later that night it comes out that he was molesting the boys that went to whatever, and then but he doesn't get in trouble when it becomes public and it becomes too much where they've got to do something. He just gets moved to another jurisdiction and it gets shoved under the rug.
Yeah, and when it gets to a point so bad, he gets moved to Rome, where he's completely untouchable at all.
Right.
And he lives his life in luxury there.
There's a place, I believe it's in the States, or might not be the States. It's somewhere where it's like a priest compound, or you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, well, when a priest has burnt every single card that he has, every single location that he has, it's almost like an asset, you know? When an asset burns every single road, you know, that's where they go. Not to jail for all the crimes that they've committed. And that, I mean, I'm not saying all priests are bad, because, you know, there's some that have a good heart and are in it for the right reason. And then by the time they figure out that what's going on around them, they just become part of it. And they get sent to this place, out of sight, out of mind. Where's the transparency? Where's the justice? Where is?
They're above the law. They're under God's law. And under God's law, that's acceptable.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a God I want to be a part of.
Well, it's not anything I want to be part of, but, and if you go back, you'll notice that they reference that it's, you know, when priests rape little boys, it's no different than animals, than a male animal mounting a male animal or a female animal mounting a female animal in nature. It's completely natural. So since it's natural, it also falls under God's law. So therefore, they're not really breaking any of God's laws.
I once heard the testimony of a priest who said that it was okay because the boy had not become a man, so it was not homosexuality. And that spun my fucking head. I wasn't sure how to, I couldn't interpret that as anything other than stupidity. I never, there's no positive in that negative. And I can usually make a positive out of any negative. But that in and of itself, it's like when you hear something that you don't understand, because I truly did not fucking understand that. The analogy that just because a boy is a boy and that doesn't make him a man, sure, that's you know, he's not a man. But I mean, to use that as an excuse, why don't you just call it how you are? You're a fucking pedophile. You enjoy fucking kids. Why don't you just man the fuck up and ask for your fucking forgiveness like you tell us to do in church? Don't make excuses. Because that's all that is an excuse. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm interpreting it different. Maybe I'm not understanding it. Maybe I have no fucking clue what I'm talking about. But that is an excuse.
It's easy to understand. They could justify anything they want to. They just justify it in so many different ways. It leads to nothing but confusion. None of it is sensible.
None of it makes any sense. Like how is that even a logical excuse? You know what I mean? The boy is not yet a man, so it's not homosexuality. Now, that's I'm not against homosexuality. It's not what I'm saying. That kind of sounds like what I'm saying. But I'm trying to use their own teachings to justify or to de-justify what they're saying. Because they're like, well, gay marriage and gay sex and rah is a sin. And the reason why it's okay is because it's a boy and he's not yet a man. Well,
yeah, I don't understand it either. They preach out, you know, that it's a terrible sin. You're going to burn in hell forever if you're a homosexual or if you're a lesbian or anything else. But yet, if two consenting adults do it, it's a horrible thing. But if they do it, then it's fine.
The consenting part that you just said was the key.
Right.
If it's consensual, you're good to go. But no child can consent.
Exactly.
And I don't care what anybody fucking says. They can talk to their blue in the face, or I'll make them blue in the face. One or the other. Just don't talk about it in front of me. This is online. I can't reach to an Ethernet cord. But if it, to think that a child can consent to that type of interaction or relation is absurd to me. Because as I said earlier, there's shit that I wanted as a kid that I would be fucking damaged right now if I got. You know, it's like all these fucking parents who are getting their kids taken and being charged for child neglect and child cruelty and child abuse and all this shit because their kid said, I feel feminine, so you must be a transgender. And they're like, well, let's just talk about it. You know, you're a little bit young. You know, your brain is not fully developed. Give it some time. If it is the case as you get older and you still feel the same, then it is meant to be. You know, then they go to the school and they tell the teacher that they think that they're a female or a male or vice versa, whatever, and then they call Child Protective Services. And Child Protective Services is a case going through the Supreme Court of Canada right now, where a guy's 12-year-old daughter said that she thought she was a boy because she grew up around males and she was a tomboy. I mean, that's what we called them when I was a kid. They were just tomboys. You know how many tomboys that I grew up with that are fucking beautiful now? It was
exactly.
You know, and it was just a phase they went through. You know, just like an outfit. You know, like I used to wear fucking gangster clothes. You know, now I wear something respectable because I grew out of it. You know, and it boggles my brain that this poor guy lost his kid. They've started the hormone therapy, and they're about to do the the sex change operation thing. And all this man is trying to do is the right thing for his kid. If you are transgender or you feel transgender or whatever, you'll still feel it when you're of consenting age to do this.
Right.
And you can go from there. And that's all the point that he was trying to get across, because he wanted to make sure that she got everything that she wanted and desired and needed, because she can't have kids now. They've got the hormones so far in her system that it has fertilized her. Sanitized. What is it when you can't have kids? Fertile? Unfertile? They've corrupted
sterilized.
her body. Sterilized. That's it. They've corrupted her genetics to the point where she can never have kids. She'll never be able to have a family of her own. And so many people are like transgender people can produce semen and can PMS. Well, if you've asked anybody or heard anybody that is transgender and has been transgender for a long time, they don't get a menstrual cycle. All a sex change is if you're a female, they cut the skin out of the inside and turn your innie to an outie, and if you're a male, they turn your outie into an innie.
Unless you're hermaphrodite.
Unless you're a hermaphrodite, which is a very rare case.
But what they used to do to them was, back in the 70s, they didn't wait for them to develop their sexuality to see if they were male or female. The doctor would decide if you were going to be a boy or a girl. They would ask the parents, do you want a boy or a girl? And they'd hack the other part off. Done. And that's what led to a lot of suicides that people never talk about.
Even still to date, people that they're fine, you know, their emotional status is good, but the moment that they have that sex change, it's worse than postpartum depression. And a lot of transgender people, like there's a girl that's been transgender for fucking years, man, and she says that she's not sure she wants to get the operation. She wants to, but she just knows the statistics where they either commit suicide or they just let everything go. They just lose the ability to enjoy anything. And if that's how that makes you feel, wouldn't you want to sit back and be like, if it's something I want, it's something I desire, why wouldn't it make me happy? Why wouldn't it give me that extra pep in my step?
Right?
Because the statistics on it, and even transgender people that have had the operation, etc., will tell you that the statistics are damning, like absolutely damning. There's a large number of transgenders that go through the operation and get so depressed afterwards that they either wind up killing themselves or losing their soul. And to me, if it is that way, it almost is as if it's not a thought of their own. If you're getting what I'm laying. Because I mean, this wasn't a big problem when I was growing up. We didn't have none of this talking when I went to school. You know, tomboys grew up dressing like boys, but once they grew out of that phase, they're fucking beautiful women now. And men who like the feminine things are more manly than the average right now. You know, it's all about phases. And we didn't have these classes in school when I was growing up. Like, and I say classes because we now have classes in schools to teach kids that you can identify as almost anything, and there's 100 different genders. And it I'm going to tell you my opinion, and I may not make friends from it. My opinion is that there is only two genders in this world, male and female. If you identify as a male and you're female, beautiful, you're trans. Trans means transition. It's not anything else. That's what a transgender is. It's transitioning into whatever they feel they are. Then once they have that operation, they are then the male or female or whatever they designate to be. They once were a male or once were a female, then they changed and transitioned into whatever sex they wanted to be. Now they're the opposite sex. But the way that they're making it out to be is there's so many different genders. There's like cis and I lost track. And LGBT in Canada right now is no longer LGBT. It's not lesbian, gay, queer, bi, straight, whatever. It's not that anymore. It's like the alphabet just rearranged.
Yeah.
I don't.
We've got
what do they even mean?
LGBTQ plus.
Yeah, the plus. You ever seen the plus? It's
Yep.
like they took the alphabet, put it in one of them bingo fucking ball turner things with the, you know, you put the balls in the turner roll thing in the ball and you turn it and then you pull one out. It's like they did that with each letter of the alphabet and then just put them in whatever fucking order they come out in. It's so long. I don't get it.
Yeah, it covers a lot of different mindsets that people have in sexuality, not just gender, but it also covers sexuality. And honestly, dude, I don't care. You know, I don't care if they're.
I respect everybody the same.
Yeah.
If
right.
you're gay, straight, fucking transgender, if you identify as a fucking cinder block, I really don't give a shit. But
yeah, me
what
either.
I do give a shit about is you putting that shit in our schools and putting that shit as a fact that you have to fucking complete before you graduate, kind of thing, a class or a course. I don't agree with that because I remember being a kid. Kids are very perceptive. You can manipulate a child to do anything. You realize how my mother used to get me to eat my vegetables? By the stupidest fucking reasons. Kids are easily manipulated, right? And when you're put in that, when that is put in front of you as a kid, you're still questioning everything around you. So you've now put another question in the child's head. And if you start thinking about something enough, you'll start believing it. And then
All
it is confusing to me.
dude, all kids are manipulated. We're manipulated from the time, your parents decide you're going to be either a Baptist, a Catholic, a Jew, no matter what. When the first time your parents decide you're going to be in a religion, you're indoctrinated. You're already starting the process of indoctrination.
But indoctrination is everywhere. It's not just in religion.
No, it is everywhere.
TV
It
shows,
starts
commercials, news,
right.
fucking movies, reading, books.
Yeah, but
It's
religion is where it starts. Think about it. You're a little baby, and you're already getting indoctrinated. So you're learning indoctrination. You're being conditioned to be indoctrinated for the rest of your life. Oh, don't fear the police. Don't talk to the police. The police always know best. They're your friends. Go to the police for help. Don't do this. Don't do that. Oh, the devil will get you.
When I was a kid, we used to have these mandatory
watching.
signs. Yeah, it sounds pretty creepy to me. Do you know who Santa is, though? They've changed it, right? So, and this is the research that I've done. So, Jesus was not born on a winter night. Because, I mean, 3 wise men walking across in like fucking 8 feet of snow kind of thing, it didn't seem logical. But if you backdate it, Christmas is about, what the hell, Nimrod. He's like the devil, Nimrod. And that's where the tale Krampus comes from. Krampus is supposed to be Nimrod's form. And now, within the past few years, they're starting to take Santa and push Santa on the back burner and bring Nimrod to light. It's why all these Krampus movies are coming out. And, I think they're going to build a TV show and all that shit. And there's not enough. Things are changing, And,
You know the story of the wise man, how they followed the star to find the newborn Christ?
Right.
Well, they found out that's actually a comet, and it'll be coming around pretty soon again. So they didn't actually follow a star to a baby born in a manger. The 3 wise men were following a comet. So it kind of fucks that whole story up.
I would say. But if you backdate it and take the indoctrination of what you should believe rather than what's reality out of the factor and start thinking for yourself instead of whatever. If you backdate it, it was about pagan
era.
Yeah, where Christmas is about Nimrod, which is like a demon or like the devil kind of thing. And then they made some kind of a deal and changed it or whatever, and that's where Santa comes from. And if you listen to the song, you better watch out. You better watch out. You better not cry, etc., etc. I'm telling you why, kind of thing.
Yep.
He sees you when you're sleeping.
Yep.
Doesn't that sound kind of demonic to you? Sounds stalkerish. But it's a catchy joke.
Yeah.
Right? So people look at everything as face value. People have become so simple-minded that they walk through life looking at things as it's like 2D, I guess, right? Like where you just see the shapes of shit, you see the face value of everything, and you take it for what it is, take it for face value. But if you look beyond the face and you look deeper, even to things that you encounter while you're walking, while you're doing anything, there's always something deeper. You peel back those layers and you'll find shit everywhere. TV shows have it, movies have it, predictive programming is a large thing of it. You want to know what the future is? Just pay the fuck attention, because history's showing us that they show us. They attack the subconscious, predictive programming to get you ready for what's about to come. And
That's like the song "Ring Around the Rosie," pocket full of posies, ashes, ashes. You know what that's about, don't you?
well, it sounds like burning the body. Rose for the
Yeah.
corpse, cremation for the ashes. They
Well,
all
the
fall down?
posies, yeah, the posies was back when they were having, you know, when they were dealing with the plague and people were dying, and the body smelled so bad they would put posies in their pockets.
Roses.
It was a song about death, you know, and now you got little kids running around singing it, you know, and they all fall down, you know, and it's supposed to be like a child's game when it actually wasn't. So, yeah, there's a lot of hidden meanings and things that people never research or understand. You know, they're too busy watching what's on General Hospital this weekend, you know, and if Barbara's going to jump George, or if George is going to get with Carol, or whoever the fuck's on that shit, I don't know.
There's so many child fairy tales or child books, child songs, all sorts of things that you don't understand them as a kid because they make it a catchy jingle. They make it catchy. They make it childlike. But as you get older and you start researching certain shit and you start finding out and absorbing information, because knowledge is power, then you start looking back at your childhood and the shit that you did as a child, the books you read, books you had read to you, schoolyard fucking games or tales that were story times or songs that we sang in kindergarten and shit like that. And you start then taking all of that and taking with the information that you have, it doesn't sound childlike. It can be interpreted as something a lot worse, you know? Like the, what do you call it? Metallica sung a song on it, Enter Sandman. Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep. Why would you pray to die? Isn't the idea to live? And that's the trouble now, is that we're all alive, but we're not living.
Yeah, but you've
Like,
got to remember,
we're
there's
on
a beast
autopilot.
under your bed, dude,
Yeah.
in
who's
your
the fucking
closet
beast?
and in your head.
I think that the last part there was where it begins, in your head.
Exactly.
And it fucking it makes you question shit, right? I mean, I don't know how other people feel about certain things, or how they interpret shit, but I question everything. I mean, everything. Seeing is believing. If I can't find at least 3 pieces of fact to verify it, I'll keep digging till I find something. And in most cases, whatever the narrative that's being pushed, I find the opposite.
I need
And-
firsthand factual
Exactly.
information. If it's
Like,
not firsthand factual information, then I have to search and keep searching till I can come up with something logical that actually fits.
But that's the trouble, is that society's been dumbed down so fucking much that they're simple-minded.
Well, that's apparent because you can go online and go look at the test in 1857 to graduate 8th grade. You go try to pass that test. I know people with college degrees, myself included, and I can't pass that fucking test. So that says a lot.
Things were different when I was a kid. When I was a kid, school was harder. You know, you had to work your fucking ass off to graduate. And if you didn't meet expectations, you got held back another grade or held back that year, and you had to repeat it until you learned it. And,
Yeah. Otherwise, you did the whole summer in summer school.
or you repeat, yeah, to repeat the grade.
Yep.
And nowadays they give you a questionnaire that has nothing to fucking do with anything, and get you to fill it out. And if you take that questionnaire, you compare it to like a psychological test. Like when I lost my mind after my son died, I was committed to a mental hospital place, and they had these like questionnaires that they would have to determine like how fucking gone I am. Well, that's what those tests are now. Like my sister, she didn't have to do anything to graduate. She barely even fucking went to school. And she just had to complete a certain amount of credits, and each credit, like what happened to history? You know, what happened to like where we came from, how we got here, who sacrificed so that we could have what we have now? What happened to that?
Well,
What happened
history's
to being
wrong.
taught your fucking what happened to being taught what your rights were? You know?
Well, history's wrong anyways, dude, because
It's
it
been
says
changed
that
over time.
America was discovered by Christopher Columbus, and that's an out and out lie.
Wasn't it discovered by
I can't say his name, but yeah, it's close to America,
mhm.
and I can't say his name, but yeah, it was not discovered by Christopher Columbus. And you're from Canada, right?
Right. Canada
Okay.
was designed just to protect.
Okay, in Canada, what the question I had about Canada is, you guys have what's called the Charter of Rights.
Yeah.
In the United States, we have what's called the Constitution. We used to have to
Yours
pass.
was built after
We used
something good. Ours was built after, we're supposed to be like fighters for the queen. We're like autopilots waiting to be told what we're supposed to be doing.
We were supposed to. When I was in school, you had to graduate. You had to learn the Constitution in order to graduate high school. If you didn't know the
Did you have to sing the
Constitution,
national anthem?
we used to have to say the Pledge of Allegiance every day.
Okay. We had to sing our national anthem every single morning. Okay. And schools are backing out of it now. And they've changed their national anthem to be more gender neutral or gender neutral, right? What did they change?
Well, they took out our Pledge of Allegiance because without a pledge, you've created an enemy state. And that's what they've done. They've taken us from saying a Pledge of Allegiance to the flag, to the United States of America, blah, blah, blah.
Welcome,
it's no longer said. So now we've been effectively turned into an enemy state where we're all enemy combatants. And that's why you see the police more militarized than you see them as peace officers. You know, people don't think we're living in martial law. All you have to do is open your eyes and look around. You know, you got guys in SWAT suits carrying AR-15s. They've got tanks. They've got sonic weapons.
They're doing. Look at the school drills they're doing. And this was a big controversy, but the mainstream media did not want to cover it as much. They have like a fucking 30-second soundbite, and then they move to weather. and what they were doing was they were going into schools with like military gear, military fucking dressed up as training exercises, but they weren't telling the fucking parents. They weren't telling the kids. So now you've just traumatized these kids because you've got fucking army personnel, but really they're cops, but they're dressed military. You cannot fucking tell the difference. The colors are different. That's about it. And they don't have the chest plate. as military personnel. They have basically just their regular uniform, military geared up. So, and they went in to multiple schools and traumatized all the fucking kids, like just traumatized them. Like you're not gonna come back from that. And then when it was all done, they just said, "Well, we're sorry, but we wanted to make it as realistic as possible." Oh, okay, that's cool. Yeah, well, as realistic as possible still causes a problem mentally. You're breaking these children mentally. What are you preparing them for that you want them to be prepared for military personnel coming in? Hey, why don't you just come out and say it? Bow down, kiss the ring, and lick these fucking boots. Because that's what it looks like. Why would you want to terrorize the kids like that? For what? You're not preparing them. You, the idea was to train them, to prepare them for what to do in a case of that. But the way you come in to train these in these training exercises had nothing to do with it had nothing to do with educating the kids and everything to do with training the officers. Why don't you rent a warehouse and get paid actors? That would have worked better, you know, or go to a broken down school and get paid actors and shit to go in and set it up as a school. But by you going into to schools and terrorizing these young children like that for your own benefit of whatever reason, and creating, like, there was parents that were so outraged because the kids couldn't go to sleep. They couldn't sleep at night. They woke up with tremors. Modern day first signs of post-traumatic stress disorder. Like, you're scarring them, you know. And at that age, to be traumatized like that, and your mental functions to be able to grasp reality out of it is a lot more harder than it is when you're an adult. And you've now scarred these kids for what reason? It does not make any sense. Why wouldn't you tell them ahead of time, we're doing a drill today, don't be alarmed, it's just to do a drill, you know, just in case. And even then, I'm not sure how beneficial those drills are, but whatever. And instead of going in and traumatizing the fuck out of it, you know?
Because, dude, they don't give a fuck about the kids. You know, their agenda's coming. The only good thing about it is I'm not going to live long enough to see the end of it. I mean, I read a book a long time ago by a dude called James Hansen, who was in NASA, and he was making so much noise about climate change, NASA finally booted his ass out. And he wrote a book called Storms of Our Grandchildren. And everything that he said was going to happen back in the 80s has happened. And right now, we're only going into 2020. And the shit that's happening now shouldn't be happening until 2045. So we've polluted the world even more than he predicted. And it's coming from all the wars, the rockets, the carbon dioxide, the carbon monoxide let out by all the missiles we're shooting off in Iran, Desert Storm, the space shuttles we're throwing up, the satellites we're sticking up in the air. You know, it's all coming from that. And there were a bunch of CO2 machines in Antarctica that used to be on Google Maps. They're self-contained and they produce ozone. And the ozone layer was closing. They shut them down. And if you go on Google Maps now, you won't see anything but white snow where they were at. It's all blacked out. It's just white snow. And every once in a while, you'll see it. You'll catch it on the internet. You'll catch the machines shut down, and you'll see pictures of them where they're at, and they're still there. But they've been shut down for years. They were shut down when Bush was in office. Why would you shut down ozone machines that were replenishing the ozone layer?
I can't give an explanation on that because there's no logical one.
Yeah, I can't give one either. And why has it been scrubbed from the internet? That's another thing that I can't understand.
I'm trying to find a video right now that you just brought back to my memory, and I cannot fucking find it for the life of me. I think that they've removed it, or I'm not typing it in right. It's like a messenger from our past, or
A lot of things have been scrubbed from the internet. And now you have to go to the dark net in order to find a lot of the hidden information. And YouTube's made a new policy with their terms of service. If you mention any other platforms, they can use it for a reason to shut you down. So if somebody types that in your comments and that, they can actually kill your channel for saying any other platform.
well, now they're changing it so that they don't just take your fucking channel, they take your whole Google account. So whatever you
Right.
got associated to it is gone.
Yeah, but that's only if they hit you in StreamYards. If you're blocked in StreamYards, they can take your whole Google account,
What do you mean?
as far as I know. If you get blocked on regular YouTube, they only screw with your channel. But from what I understand is that in the terms of service with the StreamYard thing where you host panels and stuff like this, where if you block somebody in while you're in a StreamYard panel, you block somebody from the panel, they have the right to shut that guy's whole Google account down and anything associated with it, which would be his YouTube, anything else. If he's got Amazon accounts attached to it, all kinds of stuff. It shuts the whole Google account down. It's some terms of service that goes with StreamYard. That's what I'm told. I haven't really done the research myself to tell you if it's factual or not.
That's fucked up. How do you
Yeah,
spell marine?
totally.
How do you spell marine?
Marine.
Okay, I thought so. I'm trying to confuse the Gridom so that it will pop up, and I still can't find it. It was. This is a very moving, fucking, like, it's well presented, well put together, whatever it is. It's like a messenger from our past. The guy is a military. He's a Marine veteran, and he's sick of how life is going right now because there's been bloodshed for freedom, but he indicates that it was almost for nothing, because I mean everything that's going on in the world right now. He's a white man, older. That's his name. At least it looks like him.
There was a video that was on the internet for a long time that was leaked from Admiral Byrd. That's been scrubbed from the internet too. It talks about his flight over Antarctica and
what he saw.
Yeah, what he saw, and it had a couple of the crew members that were with him, and it went into pretty good detail, and it's been scrubbed from the internet completely.
There's been a lot of things that have been scrubbed that you used to be able to find by just a simple word. Or it's the same with how they've changed the algorithms. Is when you want to search for something, it's like take the trending section. Do you not think that some of the activists should be trending? I mean, if you look at their views, if you look at their
Right.
likes, and you look at some of the shit that's in trending, it doesn't make it. How the fuck is that trending? You know what I mean? Like this movement
Right.
has so many people. Why isn't something here trending? But
Right?
it makes
Yeah,
it makes
I
you
don't
wonder why.
I don't use Google at all. I use Firefox for a browser, and I changed line 8 to keep my VPN safe. and I use DuckDuckGo as a search engine. I don't use Google at all.
If you're using a VPN or are you using a VPN or a VM?
I'm using 2 VPNs. I use one in my router, one on each individual machine, and I do have virtual machines built inside my machine.
What browsers work amazing, and they come with their own proxy servers, is the Tor browser.
Yeah, I know. I have Tor too.
You can access fucking shit you could only dream of.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I run Tor, dude. I don't run Windblows. Well, I have Windblows on 2 machines, but other than that, everything I run's on Linux. I hate
Windows. Linux before. I mean, I have, but I'm not familiar with.
Well, a long time ago, Linux was a little more complicated to use. You had to know the commands, and you actually had to do a little bit of work. But Linux now has a graphical user interface. It has a GUI just like Windows, and it has a hell of a lot more tools. You have a lot more control. Like if you have a quad core or an 8-core processor, you can adjust, you can adjust what cores are using what. You have a lot more control over everything, and it comes with a bunch of built tools.
It's cool, Nightshade. Mistakes happen.
It's free, dude. You don't have to pay for it. Like everybody now is freaking out. Oh, Windows support's ending for Windows 7. I got to go to Windows 10. That's bullshit. I've got an old 286 DX running Windows 3.1 on it, and it's still working. And 3.1's been extinct for years.
There's another program like that. I cannot think of what it is, but it was an operating system. But they kept saying, "Oh, it's unsafe, it's unsafe, it's unsafe." So there was I don't remember if it was an anonymous member or if it was somebody from similar lines of lifestyles, but he tested it, and he had realized that it took him exactly 60% less time to access that network and that operating system than it did for another operating system and another network. And he proved that it was actually making people more subjectable or weaker. Their security was more weaker rather than stronger, as they said.
Well, that's just like the Opera browser that's out there. They offer a browser called Opera with a free VPN. That VPN is virtually worthless. You might as well not even have it. And a lot of people are running that browser thinking they're getting something. They're getting a free VPN when they're not.
There's also a couple VPNs out there that are not VPNs. But and who was that guy that hacked that site? Well, he didn't hack the site, but he hacked Google. What he did was he deliberately showed them their weakness. He was jailed for it. And
there's a lot of
he copied their site and made it look identical to theirs, and then hacked in and made it exploited their weakness and made it so that they would go to his site so that he could scam them. And he went to them beforehand and said, "Hey, listen, this is your weakness." And they didn't believe him, and they shrugged them off and sent him away. And he showed them.
Google's been hacked many times, dude.
For sure. It's the same as two-part verification. Don't ever get that shit.
Right?
Because I can spoof your phone number if I know your phone number. And bam. All I got to do is say, text me the password. It'll route itself to me. Then I can get into your shit.
Exactly.
It doesn't make any sense. It's supposed to make you more secure, but it makes you less secure. How is that? How's that possible?
Yeah, all my sensitive information is air gapped from my network. you have to physically be in my house to get to like the stuff I have backed up. I have a lot of videos that, are court case videos, and they're all backed up on an air gapped machine. There's no way to get to them.
It's not connected to a network kind of thing.
No, it's completely air gapped. There's no network connection at all.
I know a guy that does something similar, but he sends everything over Bluetooth, and it's like he's got like a server where he sends his shit to, and the server is not a network server. It's not online. It's not
right.
It's completely off the grid. But anything that he wants to send to it, he sends it through like a Bluetooth thing, and when it happens, he then shuts it off so that it can't be spoofed by anybody close by, or he hard drives it with an external hard drive, and then just plugs the external hard drive into it and back through.
But the only bad thing about Bluetooth, dude, is it's easily hacked.
Right.
Someone cloned my phone with a Bluetooth while I was sitting in the car watching a YouTube video while the old lady ran in and got some stuff in the store. It took like a whole 10 minutes, and my phone was cloned, and the dude had everything on my phone in 10 minutes time through a VPN, because the VPN doesn't protect your Bluetooth.
No, because Bluetooth is it's one of them bypassable shit. You can
right.
So like same as iPhones and AirDrop.
Well, that's just like the new stuff coming out. This new real world ID. You can for $138 you can get a reader that'll read the RFID chip in the real world ID and give you all the information dump off that. Or you can go on the dark side and get a Gerber file and build your own for $28, and you can go around and read all of them.
An easy way to look at it is like this. So there is a small device about the size of an iPhone 6, and if I have this device and I'm within a certain distance of you, and you have one of them chips, the tap chips, for like tap, so you can put your password and shit in. This device will read your fucking your chip, and it'll be as if you went to the store and said, "I want to drop $1,000 on whatever," and then that money gets sent in, and then gets sent to 2 to 3 different accounts to launder it, and bam, they have your fucking money. By the time it's done, it's in Bitcoin, and you can't trace it.
Exactly.
And they were warning about that. That's why they got those lead sleeves for your whatever the fuck you want to call it, your bank cards or whatever. But
right.
Even driver's licenses nowadays. Now I don't know if it's every driver's license, but I noticed like when my dog chewed my fucking bank card, I noticed it had a little teeny chip in it for the tap chip. It's not like a circuit, it's like a real fucking chip. And
right.
Well, driver's license, my buddy, his dog fucking chewed his driver's license, and it has the same fucking chip in it.
Yeah.
Doesn't make any sense.
Over here, they're introducing this thing called the real world ID, and you're going to need it to go to federal buildings or fly. That's going to be the new thing in 2020. I just denied getting mine. I got a regular driver's license. I'll get a passport if I want to fly. But basically, the chip contains everything. It contains your medical history. It contains your record. It contains everything about you. Every public record ever is contained on that chip. So now when they run your license, instead of just run it for wants and warrants, they'll be able to know everything about you in a split second by reading that chip.
It's the same with Do you ever wonder why when auditors go to like federal buildings and shit, they try to take the picture?
Yeah, it's for facial recognition.
Facial recognition, right? That right there should be a breach of your Fourth Amendment.
Well, right now, if you can actually buy your own facial recognition program. It's like $55 for the app. You can buy an app for your phone, so when you're walking down the street, you can just turn your camera on, and you can start getting facial recognition on people on the street.
Sickening. I mean, it's but it's not so much. It's more of the fact that it would be the equivalent of being at a McDonald's, buying a hamburger, and then someone coming up to you trying to take your picture and saying, I just need to identify you. Who are you? What are you doing? Why are you here? What is your agenda? I think it's pretty abundantly clear what I'm doing. I'm buying a fucking hamburger. Well, let's reverse that and change it to a camera. What are you doing? Why are you there? What's your agenda? I'm pretty sure I'm fucking videoing, which is covered under the First Amendment. So if I haven't broken any crime or violated or broken any law and violated any crime or whatever, then why harass the person? Why create a disconnect, or not so much even the disconnect, but why? A lot of to do with disconnect, but more so, why create a problem for something that is completely legal?
Because police aren't taught law, dude. They're not taught anything about law.
You know what I think? I think
half the
someone
police
should phone the police and say, hey, listen, this man is, and pick something that he's doing legally and lawfully, and just see how they react to it. Now make sure the guy doesn't have any cameras. Have a secondary fucking camera. Have like a backup camera first. Someone far enough away that you can hear, see, have them have a microphone on them, etc. And see if they walk up and harass them the same. Both are legal. Both are lawful. Will they harass them the same, or will be like, no, that's not illegal? But if you're carrying a gun and you have the right to bear arms and you're exercising your Second Amendment and First Amendment, that's a problem. And you know what really frustrates me is when a cop that comes up to a person that is lawfully carrying a weapon, open carrying, and says, you're not helping the cause, you're not helping this. Well, excuse me, but let's just think about what you're saying. What you're saying is you can have your rights, but don't ever exercise them. So you don't have the rights in their eyes. You don't have the right, because a right is not a privilege. It's something you can do whenever you feel like it. But
it
doesn't make any sense to me.
Dude, it always comes down to ego. Ego is all that matters. Nothing else matters to them. It's all about ego. You know, that's why they'll throw you in jail on a charge, even if they know it's not going to stick. They'll throw you in jail. They'll let you sit there until they can figure out a charge that they think they can make stick. That's why they'll go out and solicit a trespass in order to get you if they have to.
Well, I think that it's illegal for them to do that.
Well, it is illegal, but you got to remember that. But you got to remember that the police are tied in with the public defender and the judges. You know, they're part of the bar. So, you know, you've got the judge and the public defender, both part of the bar association, you know, and they're going to support the police. And dude, it's a mess. It's total corruption. And it's gotten so big because, you know, people don't speak up to it. Look at how many people on the street. Someone will be videoing. Look at how many regular people on the street will be like, oh, the cop said you should stop. You should stop doing that. That's not right, you know? And they'll support the cop just because he's a cop.
And that boggles my brain. And it takes you back to indoctrination and reverse psychology and
exactly.
What is another way of putting it? It takes you back to okay, the sheep idea. You know why they call sheeple sheep or sheeple or whatever you want to call it? There was a test that was done where there was a waiting room full of people, and everybody in that place was in on it, but for the guest, which was the person that came to do whatever they came there to do. And throughout the span of time that they were in there, and they've repeated this test over and over throughout a span of a week, and every single time, it all gave the same answer. And that is that people follow people. They don't have a thought of their own. So every so often, when a bell would ring or whatever, people would stand up, right? So there'd be a bell that would go off, and everybody would stand up, but for the person that's not in on it. And then they look at the people like, well, why are they standing up? Then they'll sit back down after a couple seconds. And the bell will go up again, and people will stand up. And then by the third or fourth time or whatever, people are just standing up with them. They're like, I don't know why I'm standing up, but I'm standing up. It's the sheep effect, because sheep follow in a herds, right? They're easy to maneuver to keep them in the herd. Once you break a sheep off of the herd, it causes mayhem in that general sense. So it becomes people have been subjected to this mentality of that style and being manipulated mentally, that it just becomes an everyday thing that when you see, monkey do, you know? And if it doesn't work the first time, keep trying, because they'll eventually get it. And that takes you back to the military operation that happened in the United States, where they went into neighborhoods, and there was a bunch of military personnel that went in and moved into the communities, and their mission was to gain the trust of the community and become their friends. And why? What is the point of that? What was while you're watching the right hand, what the fuck was the left hand doing? What was the hidden agenda in that? Was it just a science project? You know? I think what it was is gathering intel, that's one, and trying to figure out how much information and how much you can trick someone's mind into being one way when it's not how they are. The sheep effect, you know? Because if you get a couple people going with it and they're in the same general group, eventually they'll start mimicking it. And then it'll start growing. And then their friends will mimic it after a while. And I want to know what the whole agenda is of that, but the only part that they declassified was the fact that there was a military operation, and the only reason why they declassified it was because someone blew the whistle on it. But for the whole time that the person was trying to blow the whistle on it, they're like, no, there's no military operation. There's no military operation. Oh, you guys are all fear mongers, and you think martial law is coming. Whoa. Slow the fuck down. Nobody said nothing about martial law. Why the fuck are you bringing up martial law? Right? You slipped. You have this interpretation that society is these lifeless drones. Now there is lifeless drones out there, but a good percentage of people still have their senses about them. They're jumping the gun.
You know about Kaspersky antivirus, right?
Antivirus?
Yeah, Kaspersky.
I think it sounds familiar, but
They run it in all the government offices. It's in
yeah. It's like a proxy server on fucking steroids that has detection and.
Yeah, it's a big antivirus program run by the whole U.S. government. Well,
okay.
They tried to screw over Kaspersky. He went down to Belize, and they tried to hang him up on I forget how many kilos of cocaine. And they were gonna hang him out to dry. Well, as you know, most software people that write software put a little extra. They put a little extra something in. Well,
it's like a tag, like a signature. Sorry.
Well, not really a signature. Things to gather information and store. So he has years and years of blackmail and dirt on government officials all the way from the DMV all the way up to judges, to people in the White House, to you name it. And when they found out, they had two choices. They were either going to lock this guy up and prosecute him to the fullest, and then all the stuff that he had was going to go public. Only it wasn't going to go public like everyone thought. It wasn't going to go to mainstream media where it could be controlled. It was going to go to Russia, China, South Korea, North Korea. It was going everywhere.
Sounds like an asset.
So they had to let him go. The charges disappeared. And now they still have a problem because his software is still being used by everything. So they can't. He literally protected himself. If he wouldn't have done that, he'd be just like, he'd be like Snowden. Only they would have just offed him. Snowden was smart enough to get away.
Something that really confuses me about the Snowden situation? And I mean, I could be way
what's
off
that?
base, but when you're in hiding, I mean, I've been on the run before.
Right?
And I get it that hiding in plain sight is the best thing, but hiding on live television is a little bit more than plain sight. And
well, see, they can't really do anything to. They can't really do anything to Snowden because when he was over, right, Putin basically protected him when he was over there because everyone wants the military secrets that they think he has. They don't know how much military tech he has because he's never divulged anything. He's never divulged anything that could be, could be called being a traitor to the country. None of that's been divulged. And all those countries basically want that from him. You know what I mean? So he has valuable intel they want. That's the only reason he's protected. If he ever gives up that intel, he's a dead man. And our government can't really do anything to him because they don't know if he has it, where he has it, if he has it. They just don't have enough information. So he was trying to get a pardon to come back to the U.S. If they were smart, they would have pardoned him, right? Let him come back to the U.S. Yeah, put his ass in, Guantanamo Bay, tortured him, and got the information out of him.
Didn't
that's what someone
say something like that? The View just said something like that when it had to do with that guy that's like, yes, we're going to take your AR-15s, your AK-47s, rah, 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 rah.
I don't.
The chick on The View is like, why don't you just not say anything, get your presidency, and then do it?
Oh, I don't know. I don't watch any of that crap, dude.
I watched the snippets of it that other channels put up, not as an indoctrination, but as a, this is what's wrong type of thing. They call out that shit. Right, like High Impact Vlogs. He does a lot of shit like that. Where he's like, you believe this fucking shit? Like, who says these kind of things?
Okay.
So he'll show you what they're indoctrinating you as, and then tell you, this is what's going on here. High Impact Vlogs is a very fucking intelligent dude.
It's not something I follow. So, but I mean, that's what they should have did with Snowden. But instead they said no. So he's still out there, but it's all because they don't know they don't know how deeply he penetrated. That's the problem.
Didn't he sneak out like a large SD card or USB drive or something like that with like the government surveillance system? That's like, I mean, what he did was he took what hackers do and then put a face to it. But it's not just hackers that are doing it, it's your government. I mean, these programs, when they were started, were not meant for domesticated people. They were meant to stop terrorist attacks for people that are coming into the country or
Correct.
other foreign to get intel to stop major events. And so when he exposed that they weren't, they were doing it 9 times. Let's say 9 out of 10. Okay, he says 10 times. 9 times the domesticated people, which are you guys, the United States, you guys were being spied on. But I mean, that one other percent was just metadata from something else, and they didn't even give a shit about that data.
Right.
Otherwise, they would have been able to stop a whole hell of a lot of things.
Right.
Like,
And
even when they do have the intel, they don't fucking act on it. It doesn't go
Well,
with what they want. It doesn't go with the plan. It doesn't go with the agenda. It doesn't instill fear into the people. Put fear into the people. Make them afraid of everything. Make them afraid of their shadow, so that they rely and depend on the government, right? And then they start taking shit away.
yeah, that's like 911. You know, when the plane supposedly hit the buildings. I don't know if you've noticed or not, but most of that's been scrubbed. YouTube has been scrubbing that too. It's now against their terms of service to put anything like that up. And what happened was a bunch of people around the world, like all these accredited people who build these, giant high rises that go through Hurricane Sevens and, all this crazy stuff. They have to survive earthquakes, hurricanes, all this other stuff. They had probably over a 2,000. Yeah, there were like over 2,000.
They found out what created that smoke. They found out what created that ash. They found out what it was.
Yeah.
They
it was
their science projects to the real stuff, and it matched perfectly like a fucking fingerprint.
Yeah, it's thermite, dude. Thermite was used to take it down.
Right.
You know.
It's the only thing that can melt iron that fucking fast.
Right. And they also had like over 2,000 of these people who built, who were qualified to build these types of buildings from all over the world, proving it was impossible for that to happen the way it happened. And that was scrubbed from the internet also.
Have you done any research of what happened to the vaults?
To the what?
The vaults.
With the gold in it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that disappeared?
Yeah. I seen this fascinating video. I mean, absolutely fascinating. Where they show different angles of things, and coming out of questionable area, and there was even there was brink trucks that were driving away in plain sight, driving away, and some of them got smushed by some of the shit, right? And so if you remember, all of that iron and all of the rubble was sold to some massive banking corporation as scrap, right?
Right.
Now, there was a big investigation that was done because that same banking place was selling authenticated gold coins, silver coins, and platinum coins from I'm not going to say it because that's going to fuck everything up, but you know what I'm saying, right?
Right.
And somebody called them out and was like, no, you can't have that because then it wasn't there. It was all gone, blah, blah, blah. Well, they authenticated it, and sure fucking enough, that's exactly where it was from. But when you go to where it should be, everything was fucking melted, right? How the hell did you get it out of there? Well, this is how they got it out of there. When they bought that scrap, they bought the cars, they bought the fucking everything on the streets, they bought everything. So all those brinks that got flattened with what was in it, I'm pretty sure you can gather that. They got that was theirs. That was their property then, right? But this is kind of the catch-22 in it. It's damned if you do, damned if you don't. When you start thinking in this general sense. So there's another video that's connected to that where you see stretchers being hauled out with like casings on them. Why would you be taking a stretcher out with casings on them and struggling like a motherfucker to push them away from an area where there's injured people. Why isn't there an injured person on that?
Right.
And then in the background, you see a Brinks truck a distance away, and they're heading to it. But the cameraman didn't know what the fuck he was recording, or in shock or something, because he didn't get close because there was so much of that smog and or whatever you want to, like the fucking deadly shit. There was so much of that you could only see the shape of it. And some people are like, well, that's an ambulance. Okay. I can see if that was the case, if they were coming from the ambulance to the building, but they're coming from the building's basement and going to the ambulance with no body and just containers. Right? That doesn't make any sense to me. It's just like if you see a house fire and you've got a fire hose and you're running the opposite fucking direction to put out the fire. It's not gonna. It doesn't seem like a viable excuse. But this is where they anticipate on how much they've dumbed down the people. They're getting ahead of themselves. They're not thinking that people are very intelligent. They're like people are so intelligent, especially if they open their mind and broaden their intelligence, broaden the information they take in, and be open-minded to information that even goes against what they're saying. And once you're able to figure more shit out. But the way that they think it is that they've dumbed people down so fucking much that they're not going to understand. They won't get it. Just tell them just any old little lie. You know, anybody with common sense says, well, all right, you got to trust the government, but I don't feel right about it, you know?
That's why one of the big reasons why LSD 25 and Timothy Leary's Trip of the Month Club was shut down, put on the Schedule 1. They tried saying that they were using it for warfare and all this other stuff, which simply isn't true. But when you use LSD 25, what it does is it opens up more pathways in your brain, and your brain actually is able to use. Right.
But it's like clonazepam and diazepam, right? The lower the dosage, the better the outcome. So, but when the CIA did, I can't remember what operation it was, but in the Canadian mental hospitals, they were doing experiments on people in the mental hospital, sanitariums, or whatever you call it, and they were doing experiments on them with electroshock and LSD, and I don't know what the fuck they were trying to do, but
if they were using electroshock, they were fucking them up.
Well, when it was about to be exposed, they had no other choice but to overdose them on LSD and overdose the current. And when they overdosed them on LSD and overdosed the current, they just fried the fucking brains to make them forget. And I think that was the point. I think that was the end game test in a part of it anyway. Can we wipe a memory? Because that's what they did. They like even the guy that went on the documentary and said, I don't remember anything. He says, I remember bits and pieces, but I don't remember all of the things because when they declassified it, he was like, I was part of that program. I don't remember any of that happening to me. And then they started questioning other people that were a part of it that survived, and they had the same damn story.
Well, they were using LSD in conjunction with, along with strychnine. When LSD was combined with strychnine, is when it started doing damage to the brain.
What is strychnine?
Strychnine is the rat poison.
Okay.
It'll also help you hallucinate, but when it makes you hallucinate, it destroys pieces of your brain. It doesn't enhance anything. So the more you do, the more your brain gets destroyed. Just like meth. Meth does the same thing. Every time you use meth, it kills a portion of your brain until it finally kills.
It kills brain cells, right? And people are like, well, you can regain them back. And then I bring to the same concept. Well, if I cut your arm off, can you grow that back? because once you
Yeah, but
kill
you
something, it's gone. The only thing you can do is strengthen the rest of the tissue around it, and it will
right.
improvise because that's what we do. We
There's a
survive,
blood
you know?
there's a blood-brain barrier that
Right.
protects your brain. But what meth does is it passes through that membrane and it actually destroys the brain, and your brain will not grow back. When LSD goes through, it actually all it does is it lets you use more parts of your brain than you were able to before. I mean, you can overdose.
Right dosage, because what it
Right.
does is it opens it's like people that take seizures. The reason why seizures come about is everybody think it's this and it's that, but the reason why seizures come about is because the tympanic lobe does not produce the fluid, and when that fluid is not being produced, I might be wrong on the name of it, a tympanic lobe or whatever. What it does is if that fluid is not being produced, it causes a reaction which creates seizures. And how I found out about that was when I got diagnosed with bipolar, which I think was a misdiagnosis. I'm not quite sure, but when I got diagnosed with that, it's the same thing because when they gave me a seizure medication as a mood stabilizer to help with bipolar, and I was showing a friend of mine. I said, yeah, this is the stuff that they gave me, and they want me to take like 1,400 milligrams of it a day. And I said, I'm not quite sure what it is. It's supposed to be a mood stabilizer. And they said, well, I'll figure it out. And they searched it up and they're like, well, it's a seizure medication. And I was like, what? So next time I went to the hospital and talked to the head doctor guy, I was like, listen, I was like, my friend says this is a seizure medication. He's like, yeah, it's a seizure medication. I was like, well, why? Why are you giving me a seizure medication? I don't take seizures. You're saying I have a chemical imbalance, which is causing me to have bipolar or whatever the hell you're trying to tell me it is. And he says, well, bipolar is similar to seizures and epilepsy because it does the same thing. When a person goes from one circumstance to the next and they're in a good mood 1 second and then snap the next, it's a mini seizure and it causes the brain to skip. And he says because it's that fluid that's not being produced or not enough of it is going across the tympanic lobe or tympanic or something, whatever lobe that creates that. If the fluid is not at the way it's supposed to be, it causes seizures, and each seizure is different. Some are noticeable, some are not noticeable, some are incredibly bad, and some create dysfunction. You know, like that's why people can go from happy to angry real quick because it's like their brain like just triggers and just clicks. You know, snaps over to somebody else because it literally does. It's like their brain blanks and then they come back at something else because it's like cutting the oxygen off to your brain. You're disoriented when you come back. So it's the same concept.
Yeah, dude. I have 3 kids. I have 3 that have ADHD, and I have 2 that are bipolar. And my one son that's bipolar is a pharmacist and a compounder, and he runs all the pharmacies here in Illinois for the company he works for. And he's working on a government grant right now to test LSD. So
that would be beneficial.
I'm pretty familiar with all that.
I'm pretty sure if he gets any fruitful outcomes of it, they'll probably try to hide it.
Well, no, he already knows they'll try to hide it. You know, so, but
and there's shit like
he's smarter than most.
The national security clause. If they come up to you and they say that this affects national security, they can just seize all your research, and
right.
If you discuss it, it's treason.
Yeah.
And that happens with a lot of things. Like the dude that come up with the chemical compound to cure cancer. They have a cure, but it doesn't fit. Does that make sense?
Dude, there's more than one cure.
They had to bag it, vault it, seal it, shut everybody up, and NDA everything because they don't make cures.
You do know that there was a clinic in Detroit, Michigan, that was curing people with all the way up to stage 4 cancer with an herbal medication, right? They did it for 2 years with 100% success ratio. They were run out of Detroit. They ended up in Mexico. They were there for a year and a half, and then they disappeared, and nobody can find them or what they were using. It was some Indian recipe made out of strictly herbs, dude, that was curing cancer, completely eliminating
there's a tribe like that. There's a tribe like that. So there was a pioneer, or whatever the hell you want to call it. So somebody that doesn't take what you say the truth is for what it is. Seeing is believing. So, and he is also a traveler. He goes to different like native tribes, and he just goes around and he just soaks up all this information. Well, they said that the reason why there's so much diseases nowadays and so much illnesses, and why we don't live as long as we do, and why we're so lazy, and why we gain weight the way we do, and why we're not as strong as we once were, is based on like climate and unhealthiness and rah rah rah. Well, there was a guy that said, I don't believe that, and he went to this like a fucking literally in the middle of nowhere island, and there's a tribe there, and not many outsiders can come in there, but for some reason he was able to go in, and he did some investigation into it, and he found out that there is certain herbs, certain vegetables, certain naturally grown from the earth things that if you ingest them, that is your antibody. And he found out that not one person in that tribe has ever had cancer, has ever been ill or sick in the ways that we are. They don't have respiratory problems. They live a large percentage longer than us we do. They live off the land. You know what I mean? And they're so far away from civilization that even if they are spraying the upstairs, and if they're whatever the fuck they're doing, putting in foods and whatnot, even if they're not affected by it, they're out of that danger zone because they're that far into the fucking wilderness. And these people are healthier and older and never had any of these diseases. And it's like it's a 0%. They don't have nothing. They're just like, it's a way things were meant to be. So what he did after that, once he had found that out, he started digging up more deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. Then he started figuring out what's in our food, what's in our skies, what's in our soils. You know, what's happening with everything else. What's in VAX, if you get the terminology there. What's in everything. And that guy wound up going missing once he started to expose what's really up, you know? And that guy just kind of just dropped off the face of the earth after he was about to write a book on, it was supposed to explain everything, but he never got a chance to publish it. He just disappeared. Nobody's ever seen him since. He's just gone. Erased.
Well,
And
that's like
scrubbed on.
That's like back when I was a kid. You used to be able to buy this crap out of the back of Popular Mechanics. For $1.49, you could get instructions on how to run your car on water. And that lasted for about 6 months, and then the ad disappeared. Well, come to find out that a company bought the patent right to it, and then it was never heard of again. But there were actually people who were running their cars on water for a long time.
That's a good distance ago, right? Like 15, 20 years ago?
Oh, no, dude. That's like almost 50 years ago, dude.
Oh. There was a YouTuber that wound up getting a visit from a couple alphabet places and had his channel removed and had his house searched and was given conditions to not go on social media or anything like that. When he ran out of gas in whatever Tesla car he had, and instead of putting gas in the gas tank, he heard a myth that if you put an energy drink in it, it'll run. And he put it in on camera and got more miles per gallon off of that energy drink than the same amount of gas. So either the cars that run on energy drinks are some weird twisted thing, or there's something fucking dangerous inside energy drinks.
Yeah, I
don't know
mean,
which way either way.
I know you can take and you can run a car on moonshine. I've done that before. You
Yeah,
can.
the octane in it is high, or not octane? Is it octane or?
No, it's the alcohol content, like
Alcohol,
140. Yeah, 140 proof, and you can run your car motor on it real nice. And another thing that I found out is that you can boost the hell out of your gas mileage by making, a simple add-on. And it's a piece of PVC pipe. You have to build a thing for your mass airflow sensor so it will do it right. And now the fucking name of it just flew out of my mind because I'm old and stupid. But use a battery.
Even I slip.
You know?
I know shit, but I just in the heat of the moment, my brain is just going so fast. I'm trying to get to the answer, and I can't figure it out. But then it'll come back to me.
Yeah. I mean, you turn on your car, the battery powers it, and you turn on the switch. It feeds into your oxygen mixture with your fuel, and you can get like 40, 50 miles a gallon on a little Escort. And I can't remember what. No, not nitrous comes in a bottle. I've had that before. You actually make this.
Doesn't it come in a canister? Because street racers have when they have NOS, it comes in like what looks like oxygen.
Yeah, it comes in it comes in a blue thing. It's nitrous oxide. I used to run that. I had a Ford truck with a 490 Gorilla motor in it, 4-wheel drive, that had nitrous. But no, this is another gas, and I can't remember the name of it. It's cheap. It's you make it yourself. Nope. It's basically a reaction that comes from the battery and the stainless inside the liquid.
Carbon.
And nope. Oh man, I'm just drawing a complete blank. I see it. I built the thing. I had it on my car, and now for the life of me, I can't think of the name of the gas it produces.
Are you talking about because that just puts oxygen into your intake. Cold air intake is just oxygen into your intake.
Right. No, because I ran it for a while and it didn't run that great until
Southern said hydrogen.
Yes, hydrogen. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Southern.
Yep.
I just happened to glance over.
Yep. It makes hydrogen. And you use isopropyl alcohol up here in Illinois, so it does, so your water mixture doesn't freeze. And you have to build a board to adjust your mass airflow sensor for when your hydrogen kicks on, and it helps. And you can increase your gas mileage like a mother with it, dude. It's like. And you can build the whole unit for like $22 out of some cheap PVC piping, and hook it right to the battery. I think the module cost me, I want to say about $8 in electrical parts. It was about $8.
Take it easy. Happy New Year, Nightshade. Thanks for being here. there's so many things that you can do with vehicles, but the trouble is that when you start taking money from corporations, they start inventing shit to take you off the map. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And then they fuck with statistics. Like it's like
Yep.
a statistic that CNN keeps repeating, like some kind of weird fucking soundbite. They're like, well, there's this amount of people that have gun deaths. Well, you're not breaking it down. You're not breaking it down to suicides. You're not breaking it down to accidental shootings. You're not breaking it down to anything of that form. You're just generalizing it to make it sound better for what you want.
Now
to
now they've started a new campaign called FamilyFire.org.
The fuck is
And
that?
dude, they're saying that improperly stored firearms are killing people, and they have like this 8-year-old girl go to her dad, Daddy, do we have guns? And he's like, why do you ask that? And she goes, well, do we have guns? And then it immediately goes into giving you all these facts about how improperly stored firearms kill all these people and everything else. I mean, by the time my kids were 2 years old,
Bad
they had already,
knowledge
you know,
is what
yeah.
causes those accidents. Not
when they were
teaching.
two, when they were
But
2
you
years
said it right
old,
from the get-go. You said it right from the get-go. You said that in that ad, there's a child.
right?
So what is something that all humanity, I mean, anybody that has a heart or soul or feels anything, empathy, sympathy, whatever, what is the one thing that gets people moving?
Dude, when my kids were 2 years
That's how they're
old,
attacking people. They're guilt tripping you.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing.
when my kids were 2 years old, I took them out. My one son shot a squirrel. My other son shot a coon, and they saw when you pull the trigger, the thing dies. It doesn't come back to life. You know, they got the message. You pull the trigger, it is dead. And my whole life, dude, you could go to any corner of my house and pick up a gun. It'll be racked and loaded. It's not gonna. You're not gonna have to. You're not gonna have to rack around to get it in there. You're not gonna have to press the safety to turn it off. All you're gonna have to do is pick it up and grab the trigger, and it's done. And I've never had any accidents with the kids. They've never taken the guns out when they weren't supposed to. And, they all knew what guns did and how they worked, how to clean them, how to take them apart. And, so I think the whole taboo
my
of,
dad taught me the same way, because I mean my dad's got a lot of firearms,
right?
like a lot. He's like a gun enthusiast. He collects them for all different purposes. He's got a couple for moose hunting, a couple for bear hunting, a couple for fucking whatever. He's got them for that, duck hunting, etc. And so
Right.
my dad, when I was a kid, and if he ever got me a toy gun, he always explained to me on a regular basis, this is a toy, this is real. This will not cause any damage, it just won't. But this causes damage. So these are not toys,
Right.
but this is a toy. And when I was a kid, cat
Right.
guns looked like real fucking guns. Right?
Yeah,
Like,
me too.
And the cops weren't as afraid back then. Like I could take my cap gun that looked like a real fucking .38 revolver and walk up to a cop and fire the full fucking 8 rounds or however many rounds of gunpowder cap or whatever, pop, pop, pop. And then the cop would play like he got shot and just play around. Nowadays,
Right.
you do that and they'll fucking gun you right down. You don't even have to shoot the fucking thing. If they see you have it, they're so afraid of their own fucking shadow that they'll just shoot your ass down just to be on the safe side. I mean, look at the
Right.
kid in Walmart. That kid in Walmart took a play gun off of the fucking shelf that Walmart sold, and because some fucking snowflake called 911 and said that there was a black kid running around the fucking store with a long rifle, They go in guns ablazing, bud. You see him coming in every different fucking aisle, you know. And then when he saw the guns coming at him, he knows he doesn't have a real gun, so he started to run away. He was afraid too because of the whole smear campaign on gun violence and there's mass shooters everywhere. He was so afraid
Right.
he started to run. He was like, "Oh my God, men with guns!" And then once he realized it was a cop, he turned around and he realized, "Oh fuck, I better drop this gun." And they shot the fucking poor kid.
Right.
For a toy gun that they got on the shelf, you know, they're starting. It's like that old saying: if you tell a lie so many times, you'll start to believe it. Well, they've gotten
Right.
so invested in this lie that they are now becoming afraid. Hey,
Yeah,
they're
I
being
mean,
affected by their own indoctrination. The
I don't know.
teachers are becoming the students at the same time.
Yeah,
And
anytime you take away the mystery or mystique of something forbidden, people don't give a shit. You know what I mean? If like my kids grew up and they had porn in their room, all they had to do was turn it on. They had a full porn channel because they had wide open TV. You know, and they just weren't interested because it wasn't taboo. You know, but if you had something,
it's not something
if
that
you-
gave them an excitement.
yeah. Now, if you had something locked up in a box outside in the front yard, those kids would spend 2 weeks trying to break into it just to find out what was in there. Yeah,
Curiosity, and that's
Exactly.
the part that they're trying to attack. They're trying to take away the curiosity and dumb you down and blind you, because that curiosity is what keeps people spotting fuckery.
right?
You know what I mean? That's what an awake person does. When they see something that doesn't make sense, they don't just say, whatever, shit happens, new day. They like a person that really questions shit and really has that curiosity. It it makes them want to find out. It's like I had a conversation with a guy a month ago out in public, and we were talking, and he's like, "Yeah," he's like, "I used to be a truth seeker, but there's so much of this. You can't trust anything, rah rah rah." I said, "So what do you do now?" He's like, "Well, I'm not a truth seeker anymore." I said, "Then you were never a truth seeker, because if you were a truth seeker, you would not stop seeking the truth. A true truth seeker will drive himself mad to get the answer. They won't stop until
Exactly.
they figure the problem out. They don't just fucking give up. You know,
Right?
it's like if you got to climb a mountain to save someone you care about or something you care about, and you get halfway up and you're like, ah, fuck, I'm so tired, I give up. Fuck it, whatever happens,
Right.
I'll come back. And okay, Southern, uh, and and I said, then you were never a truth seeker. He's like, oh, I was all over the place, rah rah rah. I was this, I was that, and I did all the investigations. And I said, where were you getting your information from? He's like, well, I brought up the dark web, and he's like, yeah. He's like, I went to the dark web and I tried to figure it out, and it all said the same thing. I was like, okay, have you ever heard of the masking effect? And he's like, well, what does that mean? And I was like, if you want information off the dark web, it's not something that you can just download a browser and a VM and a VPN and just access. You have to do work to get past that layer. You have to go past that layer to, it's like, here's the decoy, but
Right.
the real shit is over here, and any of the real juicy shit, you have to be invited to that forum. You
Yep.
have to be trusted to get to that forum. And he's like, oh, that's not true. He's like, there's only one part of the dark web. I was like, holy fuck. You realize what the fucking... He's like, it's the same as I tried to find those sites and see if they were real, where you could order anything you want and it'll be delivered to your front door. I was like, and you didn't find it? And he goes, no. And I said, okay, were you invited? He goes, no. I was like, then you weren't. I was like, you weren't in the right spot, because I can assure you, if you were in that right spot and you didn't belong and you didn't have the invite to that spot, because they verify shit through your IP and through your digital footprint. And if
Yep.
you don't belong there, you're gonna wish like fuck you didn't walk through that door.
Exactly.
They're gonna fucking erase you. You're gonna be nothing. You're gonna be drove mad just so that you know, don't ever go back there. If you're not invited, and it has to be, there's a few different invites. There's like the temporary invite where it's just the one invite to the one room, or there's like a permanent invite. There's different layers to it, right? And I was like, if you had that invitation, you could order anything you want. Guns,
Yep.
women, children, fucking animals, whatever the fuck you want. Drugs, whatever fucking fancies and tickles your fucking nuts. You'll
Yep.
get it. And he's like, well, I don't believe that. He's like, wouldn't the government catch on to that? I was like, what the fuck do you think that the dark web was made up for? Like, why do you think that that's there? Why do you think it has so many encryption codes? Why do you think that you have to dig so deep just to get to what you want if you don't have a fucking invite? And then when you do get to what you want, you start noticing that shit starts going all fucked up and shit all around you if you haven't got that invite. Because
Yep.
that's just how it works. If you don't belong there, you're gonna wish like fuck you weren't there.
And the government's going fucking crazy now with the new way of delivering drugs with the drone delivery. They're so fucked up with that, they can't figure that shit out for the life of them. I mean, you used to have to wait a week, 7 to 10 days to get your shit. Now, if you want fucking drugs on the fucking dark net, 2 hours maximum wait.
And drones, they're I don't know if they're still trying, but they were trying at one point.
Oh, they have it, dude. It's working.
Drones, FDA. They want your drones to have a little black box in it so that they see it like an airplane.
Right, but the drones that they're using, they're not using a drone with that box. What they do is, you order your shit, you pay with your pay with your crypto, and it gets held in escrow. You get your product. The middleman sends you your coordinates. You plug your coordinates into Google Maps. You go there, you pick up your shit, you get it, you test it. It tests out fucking good. You release,
Don't try to take the drone. Don't try to take the drone.
No, the drone won't even be there by the time you get there. It'll be there and gone.
Look, commonly, drones of that nature, and many people will argue this fact that a drone can't shoot a gun, but I've seen them do it. Like there's so many mechanisms, like it.
Dude,
it's like a bodyguard
drones,
and your delivery service all at the same time.
Right. The drone can shoot a gun, and it's also equipped with fucking infragreen. It's got a bunch of different things on it. Yeah, and it also carries a C4 explosive too, so it can blow its shit completely away if it needs to.
Switch.
Yep.
So that if anybody gets a hold of it, they can't trace it back because it'll have a signature on it.
Yep.
In the code.
It'll just blow the shit out of the drone. And
right.
you pick your shit up, you pay for it, you say it's good. The middleman releases it, the buyer gets paid. Nobody knows, since the seller and the buyer never meet, it's like an old moonshine drop, and it's fucking up, the FBI, the CIA, DHS, they're all fucked up. They can't figure out how to fucking stop it.
Here in Canada, the penitentiaries went on lockdown. All the penitentiaries, all the jails, the whole fucking shit. They tried to push it off like it was some kind of a strike or short staffage. But I mean, if you know guards, they'll tell you what the fuck is up, And the reason why jails and penitentiaries went on lockdown for as long as they did was because there was a heavy, heavy, heavy drug flow coming in. Cigarettes, tailor-mades, everything, and they could not figure out how the fuck it was getting brought in. Well,
right.
It was fucking bikers were getting these drones that are like, they got some special, I don't know, it's paint or something where you can't see it unless you're right fucking close to it, and you can't hear it. And what they were doing was they were flying the drones over top of the jails and dropping packages in the yard, right? And they had numbers on them. So if someone knew that they were expecting a package, they would tell people, if you find a fucking package, with this number on it, it's mine. If you take it, you're fucking dead. Like,
Right.
that's just it. And that's how they were bringing it in. And there was more drugs on the inside than there was on the outside. It would seem, in retrospect. And,
Oh,
and
there.
they could not figure out how the fuck they would raid one fucking unit, and then the next day it would be backpacked full.
Right.
It's
They
because
always
men
get
were going
pissed
out in the
off
yard,
about that.
getting their fucking shit and bringing it in.
Yeah, they always get pissed off about that because that cuts the jail guards out of their percentage and their cut.
Right. Because when
You know,
they took
'cause-
smoking out of the jails, who the fuck do you think made the money? And how do you think the smoking got in?
Exactly. Yeah, all the fucking,
You were
all the
already
fucking,
getting your narcotics and shit,
right?
from the guards. So now they just expanded their business. They're like, oh, no smoking? Cool. Oh fuck, I'll sell you cigarettes.
Right?
You know? And
Yeah,
the old
they
Dalton
never-
jail here in Canada was one of the worst provincial jails you could ever go in. It was completely and entirely inmate ran. They had gang members, bikers, fucking. They had a whole bunch of. It was a rough place to do time, and it got to the point in there where the inmates were saying in some cases, and in most cases they just played ball to get the money. It's either you take the $2,500 for a brown paper bag, someone's going to give you that brown paper bag, and you're going to bring your lunch in. That brown paper bag is your lunch, but it doesn't go to the lunchroom; it goes to me. You don't look in the bag, you don't ask any questions, and you'll get $2,500. And some people will play, some guards will play hardball. Well, what they didn't realize is that you could see the license plates of all the people. So all you got to do is look out the window, you see who it is, get the license plate, run the license plate through extra software. Then you have like letters and shit sent to the door and fucking intimidation tactics just to be like, what do you think? You think we don't know where your kids live? You think we don't know where you live? What about your wife, the bank teller? You think we can't get to her kind of thing? And then it'd be intimidation. But in most cases, the guards were corrupt anyway, so they're like, well, fuck it. I'll take the money. $2,500
Right.
bucks, fuck, that's more than I make in a month. Why wouldn't I take that every day from
Exactly.
multiple people? So $2,500 from that inmate, $2,500 from that inmate, $2,500 from that inmate, and they were having everything brought in from fucking bricks of hash to fucking lots of bales of tobacco, kilos of cocaine, everything. The only thing that, and even the inmates said that would be too much, was guns. They wouldn't let guns come in. Even the inmates said we don't want guns to come in because then it becomes real. Then you get like CSIS and fucking all them fucking federal alphabets coming after you, and then they start coming
Right.
and asking questions. And that's the benefits of understanding and how to be organized crime. Is it just because you can don't mean you should, because then you don't
Exactly.
draw too much attention. You want to be under the radar. Some weed, some hash, some coke, some fucking tobacco, a bottle of fucking liquor, whatever. That goes under the radar, you know. But you start shooting people, somebody's got to explain those bullets in the morgue, you know, and then questions
Yep.
get asked. And you can't intimidate everybody because most of those federal agencies, when they come in to do their business, you never see their face. Right?
Right.
So you've got nobody to intimidate, and it's all classified, so you can't get it. Even if you wanted to hack the information, it's all locked out and on a separate server. It's even harder to get into. And by the time you get to it, that person's retired, or it gets changed, or they're in the system under a different name, or it's like dancing around circles. You can never find out who the real person is for some reason. And it's only with those secret agencies, or not secret agencies, but those alphabetical government
Right.
agencies that, like, even in their system, like their badge will say one thing, but in the system they have a different name.
Exactly.
You know? They're working that shit. That way, it's a redundancy, or not a redundancy. It's a fail-safe in case of the unthinkable. Somebody hacks and gets the information, and they did that. They started doing that a long time ago. After I don't remember what agency it was. I don't remember if it was Canada or U.S. or MI6 or whatever the hell it was. But there was a high up agency, and the person wound up pissing in the wrong fucking bowl of cereal, and that person paid a hacker to get all the information, and that person wound up going and fucking doing a whole bunch of unthinkable things to these kids and shit like that. Basically, have you ever seen Law Abiding Citizen or the movie The Punisher?
No.
No, it was the same thing. They went and they just fucked with his whole family, and he had to live with that fuck up. And then they started to get smarter, and they're like,
Oh,
okay,
I think you're talking about what happened in real life then, dude.
yeah,
When the CIA,
yeah,
an
it might have been
FBI, yeah, an FBI dude was a CIA dude fucked with an FBI agent and fucking ended up.
going and fucking his whole family up, and
Yeah,
he had to sit there and live with it.
Yeah, they killed everybody but him. They killed like his sister. They killed his like his
Kids,
nieces
everything.
and nephews, all his
They
children.
raped his wife in
Yep.
front of him.
Yep, they raped his wife and killed her.
Yeah.
Yep, yeah,
Well, after that incident, they put that not redundancy, that failsafe in to the plan, so that just in case. And it's not like beat cops, they're not like that. Detectives, they're not like that. It's only those
Right.
high up alphabet agencies. Their name tag will say John Doe, but their fucking name or the real name, let's say, is like West
Frank Wilson.
Tor. Yeah, Frank Wilson. Let's say Frank Wilson. Let's say their real name is Frank Wilson, and their name tag will say Frank Wilson or whatever, or even in some cases their name tag will match the fake name, you know, but
Right.
in the system they're that fake name. So by the time you get that fake name and you start backtracing it, you're like, well, this fucking person doesn't even exist. Like, who the fuck
Right.
is this person? You know? And anyone in that are not in the databases for facial recognition, and anything that they have on genetics and fingerprints are hard copies. They're not networked. It's all hard copies, right? In some warehouse someplace with a file number.
Yep. And then and if you hack them, if you hack their names, you get their badge name, you get their fake name, their badge name, and then you get all this bullshit on them, like they were in prison. They did 5 years for assault
That's how undercovers do
and
it.
stole cars and all kinds of other shit, dude. And it's all fucking bogus, dude. They went to school in a fake place, and they're not even the right age or anything else, man.
Nothing fits.
Right?
And we had a case like that here in Canada where the government how is this even something that is a reality that I have to relay? I don't fucking understand it. But the government planned a terrorist attack, and they got caught, and they couldn't find certain parties until they disbanded that whole program. They went in, and it was like someone got into power that they didn't want to get into power, that they didn't plan for, and that person said, I don't understand why all these flaws are happening and why the story doesn't line up with what reality is. So that person exposed those people, and almost they almost took his life. He had to. This government person had to go into like hiding after he exposed it. The government corruption. He exposed it, the terrorist attack that killed so many people for nonsense, absolutely nonsense. And he exposes it, and it gets brought out. And even after the evidence is put forward on the table that the government set this up to blame it on somebody else so that they can push the narrative that we caught the terrorists, we won't stand for that shit. Like you watch the press interviews with these people. They're like, we're gonna find you, and we're gonna we're going to destroy you and you're never going to see the light of day. Then they pull some fucking random name out of a hat, and that person who's completely innocent, or maybe not innocent, maybe they set the person up and preyed on their weakness and put it into their head that this is what you got to do, and there's no other way. Then they've now just created a terrorist, and at the end of it, then they take that terrorist out, and now they can tell the people, we stopped the terrorist, but there was casualties in the middle of it. So now everybody's like, oh my God, yay government, yay government. But if they only knew that it was the government that sent that fucking shit there to create that narrative, to create that problem so that they can push that agenda, and nobody would be the wiser kind of thing. Well, it got exposed, and it took a number of years to be exposed, and anybody that ever disagreed with the narrative, actually, think of 9 o'clock, 11 after, 911. Okay, think of that. You can't talk about it now. You can't make a video about it. You can't voice your opinion on it. That's what they were doing then for the Canadian big terrorist event that happened, and they just silenced everything. Like, removed it, censorship it to the nuts. And if you had any logical information or verifiable or hard proven evidence, you either got your house broken into and it just mysteriously went missing, or you went missing, or whatever. They did everything in their power to silence it, and only for it for them to piss in the wrong fucking bowl of cereal, and that person said, you know what? And they pulled a fast one, got in power, and said, hey, this is what I want to have happen. And they tried everything in their power to keep it hidden, but they tried to say it was under national security that this file was sealed. But what they didn't count on, and this is why it's such a bitch that even the governments aren't aware of rights and laws that have been so far diluted or pushed on the back burner that the society doesn't even know about them, but this person knew about them. And there's a way to get around that information that pertains to national security classification, and this person found that loophole and he exposed it. And even after it happened, they tried to cover it up, and even on their way inside their cell, and who knows, maybe they didn't even go to a cell, because I mean, if you do any real investigations on it, the people never went, like, there's no record of them going to jail. They just kind of just dropped off the face of the earth. But they say that they're in jail, but there's no jail that will admit to having them. So maybe they got new identities. Maybe they snitched on another government member and went into the witness protection program. I don't know, but it's that deception that people need to wake the hell up to. But the trouble is that the conditioning and propaganda that keeps getting pushed is numbing the people down and dumbing them down, so that anytime you say government is conspiring against you, it's like people blank out on it. They're like, oh no, that doesn't even seem possible. It doesn't make any sense. If it doesn't make sense, it can't be true.
Right.
Okay, that's a cool logic, if that was only truth. But that logic is not truth. Just because it doesn't seem like something that is viable, or seem like something that you can't come to terms with that is reality, doesn't mean it's not reality. I'm sure there's things that I don't know about, that it doesn't coincide with my beliefs or anything, that are still possible. It doesn't mean that it's not possible. And people are, there's a word I'm looking for, but I can't figure out the word. And it starts at the top. People think that corruption and deception comes from the bottom, but it doesn't. It comes from the top. And when people start realizing that, and opening their eyes and questioning everything and verifying everything, and it's sad that in this world we have to do that, but is what needs to be done. It's a matter of survival, because without it, we're gonna lose, and we're gonna lose hard if we don't start waking up soon. And it's what they're anticipating on. They're anticipating on when the shit hits the fan, and they come out with fucking camps. We're gonna keep you safe, and we're gonna keep you happy, and we're gonna take care of you. And the barbed wire on the fences, that's just so people don't come in and hurt you, and that's
Right.
what they take it at face value. But why don't you look at that barbed wire? I don't know if you know anything about barbed wire or razor wire or any fence of security in that manner. But when the fucking spikes are facing in instead of out, they're not trying to keep anything from getting in. They're trying to keep anything from getting out.
That's just like the wall, dude. That wall's not to keep other people out, dude. That's to keep us in.
in.
Fuck yeah, it is.
They're like, yeah, keep him out, keep him out, keep him out. But what happens if you need to flee?
I mean, Berlin tore down their fucking wall, and here we are, America, putting one up. Makes a lot of fucking sense to me, man.
But if you look at Berlin and look at the era in that time, the same shit that's going on right now with that deep corruption group of
Yep.
they were getting to be in power until they were taken out of power or knocked down a peg. And it takes you back to the people that they didn't anticipating on becoming in power. And then they were like, no, we know what this is for, and we're not fucking having it. And they tore it down.
Yep.
Right? And in some cases they didn't say in so many words, because the trouble with truth is it seems really comical to use this term, but some people can't handle the truth. You know what I mean?
That's like people say Trump's a constitutionalist. I've never heard a constitutionalist ever say take the guns first.
And yeah, I thought Trump was
worry about it later.
Things. He did a lot of amazing things in the beginning, but then
they weren't so amazing if you look into it deep, dude.
I'm talking more about exposing certain corruption and stopping child trafficking rings. There were 5 child trafficking rings that were secretly taken down.
But those weren't they were accredited to Trump, but he's just a puppet face. He's just like Julian Assange. He's just the face. He's not what actually did it. And just like they keep the Democrat.
I thought it was his bill.
Nope.
He signed
that's just like
bill, and then they went after it secretly.
You know, Trump has signed more presidential orders in his term of presidency than have been signed since the beginning of the presidencies in the United States.
But something good has come from each one.
If you say so.
Maybe I'm missing some of them, but the ones that I've seen, like the anti-corruption bill, the whatever it is, governmental, the government can't retaliate against you. That one, anti-child trafficking, all that stuff. That's what I see. I see those things being a plus, because it was those loopholes that made it possible for these how do I put it? These fucking devilly, evilish people to run these things, and people will call you crazy if you say it this way. But when that whole fucking shit happened in Libya, and Hillary Clinton was on like the next fucking plane with all of her advisors and shit, and trying to like there was so many kids that went missing. Where did those kids go? And why did she just jump on it like that?
Well, that's just like when 9/11 happened. Why the fuck did Bin Laden's whole family leave the day before on a private jet before 9/11 happened? How did Osama bin Laden?
that donated millions and millions of dollars to the United States become pinned for that. But they seen was there was so many witnesses that said that when they came down and the flying things hit them, that there was people that were identified as Mossad dancing around, cheering, drinking on a van or whatever the hell they were dancing on. Why did that happen like that? If it was
How-
who they said they were, why was it them people that did this, and why was it that people that did this? And then you got to take it back to that day in the 90s. They tried.
And
This
how did
started to happen in the 90s, but then in 2001, then they completed the job. They just got
how
it on point.
how I want to know how Osama bin Laden, right, who was dying of kidney failure, he was on a dialysis machine. Where do you get a dialysis machine to run in a cave? Tell me that. And then when you send in a SEAL team to
Devil's
kill,
Advocate, solar panels.
okay, inside a cave, I think that would work great.
Hey, I was just playing Devil's Advocate. It doesn't mean the information is right.
No, I'm just saying. And then they supposedly go over SEAL Team 6 or whatever the fuck it was, right? Go in and kill Osama bin Laden, and they bring back his body, and they dump it off in a boat. Now, if we would have killed somebody, they would have brought that thing back.
And
They would have
waved
hung
it
that
around.
from the flagpole in fucking Washington, D.C. They wouldn't have dumped it off in an ocean. They're
Where are
wait.
half the members from SEAL Team 6?
Good question.
They
Try
just
and find them.
disappeared.
Exactly.
Where'd they go?
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. Where did they go? How come there's no books? How come nobody wrote a story about it? How come nobody's making any money off of it? You know?
well, there's that, and then there's the whole fact that I don't know if you know how these classified missions work, but if you know too much information, even if you've been read into that classified document, you're a liability.
Yeah, you get ghosted, dude.
Well, not just ghosted, you just the fuck appear.
That's what I'm saying. You get ghosted.
Gone, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
What,
You go out and you don't come back. You get a bullet in the head. You're ghosted. You're gone.
or it's like all those people that were coming forward against Hillary. Anybody that's ever crossed her has wound up committing suicide with 2 bullets in the back of their head. Do you see where that doesn't make any sense?
Well, it happens to Trump too. I mean, when you look into his finances, you know how many people he's ripped off? Do you know how many contractors he hasn't paid? Do you know what he's actually worth in cash? If you cashed out everything he owned in hard cash, that man would be lucky to walk away with $1,000 in his pocket.
But that's
not
the
a
trouble
rich-
with this new money. Like
Yeah.
it's like the UN. They give countries this money as a loan, which they've now just created out of fucking thin air, and then
Right.
they make the society pay it in raising taxes, and basically what it is we'll loan you our fake money, and then you go get real money from the taxes to pay us back. But the trouble is that when they took the precious metal, what a country can have in money has to be the same as what they have in precious metal. When they took that away, you can now just create money. So
Well-
basically, what they're doing is they're like, we'll give you this fake money and give us that fake money back.
Do you remember when Saddam Hussein was like our best buddy, the greatest guy in the world? We were supporting him. Everything was fine until we found out that he had enough gold to start his own bank and that he was no longer going to take the U.S. dollar. He was only going to trade oil in euros.
Do you know what
And
they
all
found in his mansion?
Yeah.
Before call of 911?
Yeah, and you know what they took from him? They took every bit of gold he owned, and you know where it went? Nobody does.
Well, it's disappeared. It's funneled. Or it's like 1933. I believe I got that year right. 1933, the government put out this thing that said everybody has 10 days or something like that to turn over all of their gold and precious metals. It's a $10,000 fine and up to a certain amount of years in prison if they don't do it. And everybody was just okay with that. I mean, it was their precious metal. Why do you want their precious metal? Then they started selling that precious metal for quadruple the amount that they fucking got. And now it used to say, and it even said on the banknotes or whatever you call their notes, that this is not legitimate funds. This is not real money, right? But nobody read that fine print. And it used to be that you could buy the gold for $30 an ounce, and then it's got to the point where they had more money in circulation than they had in precious metals, and nobody asked any questions about that. Aren't we only supposed to have as much money in circulation as we do precious metals? That is the original currency, precious metals, and that's why they started changing, because they didn't have the precious metals to cover the money for people in the supply and demand, and that's why there's no such thing as silver dollars anymore. The money that we have does not have the precious metal in it anymore. It's all
Right.
like fucking copper and nickel or fuck, I don't know.
Well, you know,
Whatever
like
cheap is.
quarters and half dollars and that are serrated around the edge,
I don't know.
because what people used to do when they were smooth was they would take and they would scrape it off the edges, and they would melt it down, and they would make more money out of the silver because you would never notice it gone off the edge of the coin. That's why they put the edges on there, so that you could tell if the coin had been messed with or not.
That's another thing. That law defacing government funds, if it's your money, how come you can't deface it?
Exactly.
If I go
Well,
to work and I make $80 in a day or $100 in a day, if I want to come home and get a metal fucking can and light that on fire on my porch, I made that money. Why can't I?
well, one reason is because if you go and you get coins, right? You get copper coins made before 19, I think it's 73, and you melt them down, you'll get 3 times the amount of money for those pennies than you would if you spent them as pennies.
Do you think that's why Canada took away the penny?
It could be.
Because we don't have pennies anymore. They took the
Well,
penny right the fuck out.
that would be a good reason, because even now you can't use a cheap metal and copper plate it to make a penny anymore. So the cost of a penny is actually more than a penny. And if you get pennies that are earlier and you melt them down, you can actually go to a bank and get $100 worth of pennies, right? Melt
Yeah.
down the pennies that, are before that year, and all the ones that aren't, are still only worth a penny. You're not losing any money on it because they're still worth a penny, but you're making a good amount of money on the ones that are earlier. So they don't want you doing that shit either, but people still do it.
Why would the older ones be worth more?
Because the older pennies were pure copper. They were like 99 point something percent copper.
99.9.
Yeah, something like that. And then when they got newer, they became like 30% copper, and then the ones made today are like 0.1% copper. They just have a thin copper plating over some cheap ass metal.
I know a person that has been saving pennies since 60s, 70s. He's an old
Well,
dude. But he's
one
got,
day.
you know, them old glass, they're now plastic, but they used to be glass water things. Big old
Oh yeah,
fucking, you know what
the
I'm talking about?
five.
Huge.
Yeah,
But
the
his are
5-gallon water
glass.
thing.
Yeah, but his are glass.
Yeah.
He's got a garage with shelves full of pennies. He's like a penny hoarder. He just any pennies he gets after buying something, he just always every time just throw the fucking pennies inside the glass jar, and he's just been collecting fucking whatever. I wonder
Oh,
if he was to siphon through that and find those years and them dated. I mean, he probably wouldn't even have to do it with all of them because I mean, if he'd obviously know which year each container was filled, so you just have to do the math on which is which, pull them aside, and then do the newer ones. I wonder how
right.
much money he would get if he just took all that and took fuck yeah, like a one of them. It's like a blowtorch, but it's like even hotter,
Yeah.
and
And it's
the
not.
cast iron fucking
Yeah.
thingers and melted it down, and then
Yeah.
poured it into bricks. And
Yep.
how much money do you think he'd get for that?
Cast iron and using a acetylene torch to melt it down. Dude,
That's
that
it.
guy he'd probably be rich, dude. He'd probably have thousands of dollars, dude.
Fuck, that is insane.
Because you can take old copper pipe and I think a stick of copper pipe, which weighs, I don't even know what it weighs, but it doesn't weigh much. And a stick of copper pipe now is like $18 a stick for a 10-foot stick.
I wonder if that's why fucking like I used to work in construction with my dad, and we would go in to do a demolition job. We went to do the appraisal to find out how much we would charge them to do the demolition. When we would come back to do the demolition, the walls would be ripped the fuck apart. All of the all the electrical working would be gone. The wires out of the fucking walls, the plumbing, everything would be gone. And my dad loved that part about it because he said that he could make more money off of it. I just never paid attention to it. But I wonder if that's why people would steal all of that out of there.
Oh yeah, for the copper, dude. They were making big money on that copper.
That's insane. How the fuck's that like? Fuck, that makes a whole hell of a lot of sense. That's like the old hospital. The old hospital that got demolition, that sat there for years. And we were going to get the contract, but somebody said they'd do it for cheaper. And when we went in to do the appraisal, everything was stripped. Like, a kitchen sink was gone. Like, everything in that hospital was gone. Like, it was like they just went in and demolitioned it from the inside. There was no electricity work. There was no plumbing. The furnaces were in a bunch of weird pieces, but there was no inside manner to them. Everything, come to think of it, anything that had copper in it was gone. Or
Yeah,
cast iron.
I talked to a guy once who he did scrapping and he made a deal with some guy to do some work for some I forget what piece of equipment it was, but it was some stupid piece of equipment, and he agreed to do this work, and the guy thought he got a really killer deal. And my buddy who did the scrapping, I was like, man, you're going to do all that for that junk? And he's like, dude, you have no idea. This junk right here, when I tear these filters open and I get this platinum out of here, I'm going to make like $12,000 on this platinum.
I used to call a guy crazy for that. He would tear apart computers, air conditioners, fridges, stoves, whatever had anything that he wanted in it, but mostly computer circuit boards, air conditioners, refrigerators, deep freezers, air conditioners. I probably already said that, and what do you call those central air units? And he used to gut these fucking things and and just scrape shit off of the certain things or take certain things out and and he'd have them all divided in all sorts of different piles. And
Right.
then he would take him out to the hunting camp, and he had this weird fucking like it was like a pot inside of a pot. It's the only way I can put it. And he would light this fire where it was like a mesh. The one pot was like a mesh, and he would put everything that he would do in that circuit of whatever pile he was doing. He would put it in this mesh, and underneath it there'd be a fire. It was like another like canister. I think it was what he would use is. Have you ever seen steel drums? Have you ever seen the old fashioned like what are they called? You put oil in them. Trailer parks have them for oil furnaces.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, what he did was he took a sawzall and he cut the side out of that, mounted it down, put it on the on the ground, and he would build the fire in that, and then over top of it was like some weird fucking grate that was like fine, but it went in stages. There was like a thick stage, a medium stage. It was like a weird, twisted, big screen, medium screen, small screen. And he would at the hunting camp, he'd set this thing up and fucking light the fire and throw. If he was doing, let's say, the computer parts or whatever, he would throw that in there and keep it on like a medium burning fire, not too hot, not too cold, just enough to burn like if it was wiring to burn the plastic off of it or to burn whatever, you know. And then he would scrape the rest of that out, and then he'd take this weird fucking like cleaner shit, spray it down real good, and get all um, the burnt residue off of it, so that it looked like fresh metal. And he would take it and he kind of like just kind of box it up, and then he'd just go off with it. Nobody ever knew what the fuck he did with it. That was just like his own little hobby. I wonder if that's why he was doing that.
Maybe. I know a dude who does that with computer parts. Like, I give him my old motherboards that, are trashed, and a bunch of my old cards, a bunch of my old video cards, my LAN cards, all that stuff that I don't use anymore. And he puts them in a solution and it removes the gold off the boards. So he ends up with getting a bunch of gold off the boards.
That's insane.
But the chemicals are dangerous to work with, man.
Yeah, they stink. They
Yeah.
make you lightheaded if like at the hunting camp, if we had like a little garage thing where we kept like ATVs and shit, and that's where he would mix what he called a solution. And
Yeah.
I couldn't be in there. I couldn't be in there when he mixed it. And when he mixed it, he had this like a mask with like like a gas mask almost.
Yeah.
And
both-
me not knowing what the fuck it was, I just walked in and it's almost like a mixture between paint thinner and fucking. It's just it's really straight. It gets to it gives you a headache at first, and then it makes you lightheaded.
Yeah, you're supposed to have a ventilation mask on, and it's got a charcoal canisters on both sides, and there's some other shit in with the charcoal canisters, and it's got to cover your whole face.
And if you
It's
get it
almost
on your
like-
skin, it burns.
Yeah, it fucks you up bad. You have to have baking soda.
His fingers were I don't know, scarred is the only way I can put it. Scarred and blistered.
Right?
And I could never figure out. Well, I mean, it's not that I couldn't figure it out. I just didn't care.
What?
I guess would be a good point. But now I understand. I understand what the fuck he was doing, which is kind of smart if you can make money off of it.
I hear you, dude. I got to get out of here. My Bluetooth died. I'm waking the old lady up. It's like 6 o'clock in the morning here, so.
Oh shit!
Yeah, getting fucking pissed off.
Sorry. It's
All right,
6:36.
dude.
All night meeting. Gotta end.
Take it easy, dude. I'll catch you later.
All right, bro. You too.
All right, man.
Happy New
Peace
Year.
out.